dear conversationists. Please welcome your MC, Sarah Besolo Niante, Resident Coordinator, Nepal, United Nations.
Good morning, and I hope you're ready for a power-packed day. Day 2 of the Reykjavík Global Forum. This is not about me, so we won't talk about me. We're going to talk about the women around the world who are getting the job done. Yay! So whether you are online, whether you are in the room, whether you're on your way here and you're listening by your telephone, today is about our continuation of community building. Building a community of women leaders around the world who will actually transform this globe for sustainable development, inclusive, sustainable development. As women leaders, we share a lot, a whole lot in common. We have similar experiences, we have similar challenges, but in addition to that, there is diversity in how these experiences are shaped. And so because of that, and in recognition of that, we have live streaming from Kathmandu, Nepal today, the Kathmandu Global Forum, where we're going to hear about what women leaders are facing in the Nepali context. Kathmandu, are you there?
Yes, Sarah, we are here, and we are so proud to be connected with you.
Fantastic.
And we just had our conversation with our amazing 6 women leaders, and who are the part of our conversation today. And we are eager to hear from you about what's happening there.
So in this room, we have power, we have presence, and we have pride in being women. Women leaders, joined by some men, some fantastic men who are he for she. Let's give them a hand. Why Nepal and why Kathmandu? Before I come back to you, Navanita and Jaya, it's just to say that Nepal is a country very similar to Iceland with the mountains, but very different from Iceland in terms of achieving gender equality. And there are many women in Nepal, around Nepal, the hills, the Terai, and the mountaintop. Women are all through the landscape of Nepal trying to make a difference. And today, we hear from you. Over to you, Navanita and Jaya.
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah Bisolunianti, the UN Resident Coordinator for Nepal, for sharing and connecting us with the Global Forum. Today, the Kathmandu Global Forum has brought together 6 women leaders to discuss transformative leadership and the impact of such leadership towards an equitable society, as well as the conditions needed for more meaningful women's leadership across sectors. The Kathmandu Forum has weaved the story of Rekha Devi Yadav, an elected woman representative who leads as a judicial committee member, and a set of art pieces that were inspired by her story into the conversation. In this conversation today in Kathmandu, we are joined by 6 conversationists: Uma Thapa Magar, Deputy Mayor of Nepalganj Sub-Metropolitan City, Baque; Yajasvi Rai, founder of Leklek, the Green Wave; Pratima Gurung, General Secretary of National Indigenous Disabled Women Association, Nepal; Sarita Pariyar, writer and social justice activist; Sarita Kesi, Executive Director of Mitini, Nepal; and Honorable Saloni Singh, the member of National Planning Commission in Nepal. And Sarah, in the last 2 hours of conversation, we listened to the experience of women leaders who are still facing barriers in their path to leadership, despite significant progress in laws and policy frameworks. We also converse about how collectively we can break those barriers and create a space for diverse identities and divergent voices. We also brought forward our experiences of questioning the oppressive system and the change it has brought in the lives of many Nepali women. We all reinforced the importance of making the women's movement more accountable for diverse and inclusive leadership. And with the summary of our conversation here, we would now like to share a video with our respected audience participating in Global Forum there. In Nepal, caste affects the everyday life of people in multiple ways, and women's lives are so often determined by their castes. It affects who they can marry, the food they can eat, the places they can enter, and even their occupations. You are not only more likely to face violence, but also most likely to get help. And our artists group have put this idea into a performance, so let's watch it together.
घुम्टो र घुँघटको अर्थ अलग कसरी छ र? टाउकोदेखि गर्दनसम्मको भार उस्तै, सबै थोक लगभग एउटै, रङ उस्तै। उहिलेको भनाइ छोरीको कुनै जात हुँदैन रे। बोगाई अहिले मात्र कहाँ स्वतन्त्र छ र? लेखाइको नियम अलग, नियत कहाँ फरक छ र? उहिलेको भनाइ छोरीको कुनै जात हुँदैन रे, कुन धर्मले नै दिएको छ र? त्यसैले म बेजात, बेधर्म, म स्वतन्त्र।
And if you are a Nepali from a lower caste and you dare to have my color, it's even worse for you. That's the reality of the challenges women face as leaders. The Kathmandu Global Forum has reflected on the fact that we have almost 15,000 women at local levels in representation. But where are their voices? And how do we amplify their voices? This short summary of the conversation, we've heard the video from that conversation, and Uma, Yajaswi, Sarita, Pratima, Sarita, and Saloni, you've been through this conversation today. And I also got a message from the head of all NGOs in Nepal telling me, excellent event. We've enjoyed it. So many online here, but so many online in Nepal. What can we in this room take from Nepal? Can I hear from you?
Yeah. उमाजी, हामी यो कोठाबाट एउटा के सन्देश लिएर जान सक्छौं भन्दै हुनुहुन्छ साराजीले। तपाईबाट सुरु गरौँ।
थ्यांक यू सारा मैडम। यो कोठाबाट हामीले लिने सन्देशहरू त धेरै छ, थोरै शब्दमा मात्रै म व्याख्या गर्छु। समतामूलक समाज निर्माणका लागि समावेशी सहभागिता र आरक्षणको जुन कोटाको अभ्यास नेपालले गरेको छ, त्यसले महिलाहरूलाई एउटा अवसर दिएको छ नेतृत्व स्थापित गर्नमा। एकदमै अहम भूमिका छ र सँगसँगै जुन हाम्रो विपरीत सत्तात्मक सोच छ त्यसलाई पनि चुनौती दिएको छ। यसकारणले गर्दा अब आउने दिनहरुमा चाहिँ त्यो चुनौतीको सामना गर्न महिलाहरू तयार छ भनेर चाहिँ अहिलेको यो संरचनाहरूले चाहिँ केही न केही चाहिँ कुनै न कुनै पाटोमा चाहिँ हिट गरेको छ भन्ने चाहिँ मलाई लाग्छ। यही नै हामीले चाहिँ सिक्नुपर्ने विषय चाहिँ हो।
Uma says, I have many messages to give today, but I would like to share one very important message. To build equitable society in Nepal, the inclusion that has been guaranteed by our constitution has paved the road to create opportunity for women leaders and also to challenge patriarchal society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yashasvi?
Nepal has now achieved a 33% reservation for women, but then we also have provisions of proportionate representation for all people and making it inclusive. So it's not just a win-win situation for women empowerment and leadership, but I think it's a win situation for the entire feminist movement.
Thank you. Is there anything else from Kathmandu?
So the message that we want to convey from this room is Nepal's constitution is very much progressive, but we see the very diverse voices of the marginalized groups within the women movement, and these diversified voices can be an example to the rest of the world that if opportunities are provided to us, we are voicing our voice and we are amplifying our voices. So I think this example can be one of the symbol for rest of the world to carry out and also to respect the diversity that we have in not only in terms of our country, but also the diverse movement within the feminist movement. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a Dalit woman, what I would like to say is because Nepal is a highly stratified and unequal society, the lived experiences of women is so diverse and contested. It is a high time to recognize and support the creativity and knowledge of Dalit women. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To get right and the dignity, we have to fight with the system, with the patriarchy mindset, norms and values, norms and values, and the system, so that system which are discriminatory and regressive, and the visibility that we have to show, and be proud who you are, and share your experience and the realities, how you face the discrimination and the stigma.
Thank you.
Yeah, the whole exercise of people's constitution itself is a very good pride that I would like to share from Nepal. And which says that strategic transformation with equitable representation and inclusion of all at all levels is possible. However, Nepal has established the constitutional provision of proportionate representation to ensure that the policy is translated in actual practice. Special and continuous action is required. So we are not done yet. The continuous struggle, continuous action, and continuous, journey is still on. Let's walk on. The show is not done yet.
Thank you, Kathmandu. Thank you, Kathmandu. Thank you so much. And to make sure that the women in this room are connected to the women in that room, we're going to say something in this room to those women over there. It's power together in Nepali. It's Saha Shakti. And I want us to just stand and tell them Saha Shakti. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Saha Shakti. Thank you, Kathmandu. Power together. Power together. Power together. Saha Shakti. And I hope at some point we can have in the next forum a board where we have power together in all the different languages that we can imagine. That was Nepal. Now we're going to be looking at the conversation taking a different shape. From Nepal, we're going to be looking at the world from a different lens. What kind of lens is that? Let's look at it. This is the World Atlas. And we're going to have Hannah coming up. Are you coming up, Hannah, to share something? Okay. So, the World Atlas. Now, this shows us a map of the countries around the world where there is an official policy, mind you, official policy between women and men, and it's about equality between women and men in parliament. Those countries are the only ones that exist in relation to that policy. Do you see that map? We need for every country to be in purple. Now, I can tell you this map is true because my country, Liberia, is there. 103 seats, 73 representatives, 30 senators. We only have 2 female senators and 8 female representatives out of 103. So this map is real, and we have to change this map. And it's left with all of us here and everybody online. Next slide. Countries with women ministers of defense for 50% or more of the time from 1990 until today. It's almost non-existent, isn't it? Women ministers of defense. Make me your minister of defense, and there'll be no war. Make you, women in this house and women online, the ministers of defense around the world. We will solve the problem of wars. Why can't we be the ministers of defense? We should be. And let's stop the wars around the world. Next slide. This is the last slide. So, the message here is that we're missing. We're missing on these maps. And for these maps to turn purple, it's dependent on me and you. And as we continue to look at the map, we see that a country that is so important, every country is important, but right now in discussion, what are we talking about? Afghanistan. Afghanistan is of critical importance because women there are facing humongous challenges. I'm going to call up Zainab, a humanitarian and author and a founder of Women for Women International and co-founder Daughters for Earth. And she's going to be talking about paths forward, possible paths forward. How do we move forward? How do we move ahead? And where is Zainab? Can we give a hand for Zainab?
Good morning, everyone. There are moments in history where we all need to show up. This is one of these moments. It's an emotional moment. It's an important moment for our past and for our future. And that moment relates to what happened to Afghan women. As you all know, in July and August, the Taliban took over the country in an unexpected, fast, rapid way. There was no plan to evacuate a lot of people in Afghanistan, but there was definitely no plan to evacuate women. And if it wasn't for a major coalition of women from all over the world who got together and rolled up their sleeves and did everything possible to evacuate our sisters in Afghanistan, I assure you, there was no plan, no prioritization whatsoever on how do we help our Afghan sisters. It was a show up of women's sisterhood globally, and it was the most inspiring and heartbreaking moments of my life. I am here with 3 amazing women who all have their own stories and their sharings, but also who are in the weeds of what have we done and what can we do in the future. It's not in any order. We have our sister from Afghanistan, member of the parliament, Shukriya Barakzai. She's joining us from London, or from England, where she recently been evacuated, very recently. It's a raw experience. She is fresh out, and we are so honored that you're here with us. Thank you, and we're very much looking forward to hearing from you. We also have Senator Mary Lou McFadden from Canada, who has been very, very involved, again, in the evacuation and in policies, in Canadian policies of what can be done and what do we need to do in the future. And then last but not least, we have Minister Zuraida Kamruddin from Malaysia, and also a WPL country ambassador. Welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for your work. As mentioned, I'm Zainab Selby. I should introduce myself. I'm the founder of Women for Women International, who worked in Afghanistan for more than a decade. And I have an honor, honestly, to be with all of you and to be in this major story of sisterhood. I want to start with Shukriya, if you may. Tell us about your recent experience. You're a parliamentarian in Afghanistan. You were one of the women who I'm sure you went through a lot in a scary moment for you, particularly for a lot of women in Afghanistan. Can you tell us about your own experience leaving Afghanistan? Where are you and how are you doing now?
Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for your solidarity, understanding, cooperation, and still doing lobby for people of Afghanistan, and particularly for women in Afghanistan, which is, I believe, the women in Afghanistan deserve to live just as a normal other human being in the earth. My story is, even when I'm trying to understand myself, it's hard to believe. I'm a mother that I lost my 2 kids during the Civil War. I mean, after 1991. That was in 1993, I lost my kid. And beating by Taliban, lashing on the street, whipping me. And that was 1999. And I start that time underground school for the girls when the first Taliban came. Soon after 9/11, I start the new chapter of my life for women in Afghanistan, and that was I established the Women's Mirror publication to just give an idea whom we are in our male-dominated society. And later on, I was been appointed to draft the constitution, and that was 2003. I worked so hard to bring the positive discrimination for women, to save the rights of women within Afghan constitution. And I'm proud about specifically those articles, which is it gives power to the women within a society and every single layer of the power within a government body and with a community. And later on, I become an elected member from the Afghan parliament. 2 times I had the honor to receive the trust of the beautiful people from Kabul province. So I represent my country, my constituency, Kabul, which is the capital of Afghanistan, in parliament. I never compete women. I always been competing men. I had the honor to serve at the beginning first from 2005 till 2010, the Human Rights, Women's Affairs, Civil Society Commission within a parliament. And later on, I became the chairwoman when I elected for the second time, the chairwoman of a defense committee in a parliament, that was the most unusual picture of giving women in Afghanistan inside and outside. I struggled a lot. I traveled a lot. I totally started a new type of work. I challenged myself and those whom they were around me, because members of committee was mostly and largely they were being ex-Mujahideen's commander, which is for them accepting women being a member of that committee wasn't a big challenge. But anyway, I've been surviving many times from several types of attacks, but unfortunately in 2014, the suicide attack happened, and I was been hospitalized for long, and I was been a kind of marginalized when the government provided me the security, and that was been a new chapter. So after, within a 2016, that time, National Security Advisor called me and say that we cannot protect you anymore, because they were, even during that 1.5, 2 years, they was constantly calling me to change your place, don't go to this event, don't go to that event. You know, they tried to keep me in a small little bubble, which is so hard for me. But of course, I had a different idea, because I was been very socialized, I was been very with the public. It was hard for me to put myself in the bubble. But the November 2014 suicide attack also gave me two different type of feeling. First, no one should be killed because of my idea and my opinion. While I was sitting around a table with those people that they've been injured, such as I, or they lost their member of family, I had a two different feeling. Am I a victim or I'm a cause of that? So I realized, no, I'm one of among them. I'm a victim. I think except that, except paying to raise my voice, and that's it. And to stand for what is rights and justice, what is human being and what is women's rights. But anyway, so finally I was been appointed through to the president as an ambassador to Norway. And I was been wearing a very tight shoes, to be honest, being elected member of parliament, being with the media, working with the media, civil society member. Diplomacy was a completely new field, which is I wasn't been fit for that, and especially when it comes to the forced deportees and etc. So I had completely different opinion. I do believe the Human Rights Declaration as a principle for human rights around the globe. So. And I was been seeking for a resign after 2 years. President accept that, and I went back to Afghanistan. They offered me many jobs, and I didn't accept because I had totally different opinion. And that start from the peace process. Nothing happened suddenly. Everything was been written, and everyone knows, the politicians, the politics, the leaders, that they are trusting a terrorist group with the name of Taliban. They are legitimizing them, and they are bringing them in power just to continue their own agenda in Afghanistan back. Otherwise, it's not make a sense after 2 decades, spending $2 trillion and more than 3,000 US soldiers in NATO forces and more than 150,000 Afghans' lives trooped to the ocean, and for what? To replace Taliban by Taliban? It's not making sense. But anyway, it happened. So since the beginning, Taliban were after me. I had a terrible time on that day at the airport, 15th of August, which is suddenly, I was preparing myself for a normal trip. I may be the only one with the luggage and with a PCR test and everything, just as a normal passenger, which is I enter the airport where the Dr. Ghani government exist. When I came out, it was after 23 hours being stuck in, more than that, being stuck in at the airport, 36 hours. But facing the Taliban, where they after me, they following me, they trace my phone number. So I had a terrible time. I was been asking myself, why I am so important for them that they want to let me down? Why they want me, what the hell I did bad and wrong to them. And then I realized the power of women, the power of truth, the power of loyalty and honesty, and the different opinion and values that we are on a 2 different page. So with the cooperation of British government, and especially a few MPs was been involved, the Dabi Abraham, Tom Tuntingen, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and Lord Tariq Ahmad. So they evacuate me from Afghanistan. It's hard, 23 years of hard work, struggling a lot, spending the golden years with the great ideas for women, and seeing today my own constituency, my own gender, my own identity, my own piece of my body, struggling between life and death, struggling just to be in a safe corner, struggling to hide their identity, struggling to protect their family. It's very sad. I do understand. Sometimes I believe I came from a different planet and telling a different story. But every single day, I'm starting my day with a lot of messages which is full of hope for evacuation that they're asking me, because I was been working with a journalist, with women's rights activists, with women politicians, with women judges, with people in the security sector, which is they are begging and every day. And besides of that, the people that they don't have enough food to survive in this cold winter, the humanitarian crisis, the large number of jobless people in Afghanistan, and particularly the women. Just because they are women, they are being kicked out from the government system as a government employees. Just because they're women and female, they cannot go to school. While I was in the first Taliban, I served as an underground school teacher. I kept that generator to be on. It's really heartbreaking for me. You know, it's most of the time I cannot tolerate. I never had such a pressure on me, because most of the time I say, oh, I wish I could go back. But my kids, what about them? They also need a mother, since I'm a single mother. But anyway, the humanitarian aid, they say it will reach to Afghanistan. And now I'm facing Afghanistan is facing a new thing. From one side, the people, 35 million people was been hijacked or taken hostage by Taliban. On the other side, that 35 million people are paying the price of such a brutal government with the name of Taliban. The assets are being freezed. The trade was been stopped. The business people, which is big name, big brands, are today they cannot survive. It's hard to know people are selling their own piece of heart, their own daughters, because they cannot feed her. They are selling their own daughters and children to bring a food for the others to be saved and survive. And that is a new phase of discrimination against girls, women, children, another phase of violence, which is all the 23 years effort will put us 30 years back. And I still try to keep hope, because I have a faith, I have a goal, I have a vision, and still I'm trying to give power to those women, just simply with my words. I'm trying to guide them, that's the right way, do this, do that. So, but I'm just one single human. All international organizations that they are doing their best for women in Afghanistan, I have to say thank you from bottom of my heart. Thank you. Every single one of you are being our voice globally. When the time we cannot reach, we don't have any voice anymore, since we don't have a free press. So that means humanity. That means solidarity. That means among women.
Thank you so much, Shukriya. You made us all cry. And I want to assure you, I think we all have our own personal commitments. Assure you, we will not give up. And we will do everything. I believe every one of us will do everything in our power to keep your voice alive, to keep the voices of Afghan women alive. We shall not rest until every Afghan woman is safe, because your safety is part of our safety. And as I am from Iraq originally, so I understand the heartbreak. And I also believe in the possibilities of hope. And because they are sisters around the world, I really do believe in the sisterhood, that we will keep holding each other and we shall not forget about each other, and we will continue marching. And with this, I want to take the conversation to other panelists in here. Mary Lou, you've been very involved from a Canadian perspective. We unfortunately don't have too much time, so we'll go right through it. What have you been experiencing from a Canadian perspective in terms of the challenges and in terms of how do we move forward for the future, as it relates, of course, to Afghan and Afghanistan women?
As a Canadian senator, I'll start by saying that I'm very proud of Canada for being the only country that made a promise to the world for 40,000 Afghans. And just a few years ago, we made a promise and kept it for 45,000 Syrians. This is something that is, yes, it is perhaps seen as charitable, but the other reality is that it's a practical need for our country. We must have immigration to survive as a country. So when we see a terrible crisis like this, it makes sense for us to do what we have with the promise. Having said that, now we have to keep the promise. And with the greatest of respect for people that I know have been working their hearts out in Canada, we need to do better, we need to do more, we need to accelerate the actual issuing of visas. We need to be responding to the reality that we have Afghan women and their families scattered in countries, not knowing what's going to happen in the next hour, not knowing, in some cases, where they can even go, how they can eat, because they're being left on their own in countries that they have no idea about. And so I think what we really have, and Shukriya, thank you so much for what you shared with us. What we have is a reality of the question, what next? But the answers are very different for those who are going to remain, perhaps by choice, but for many of them because they're trapped in Afghanistan. And you used the word hostage, and I think you're correct. I actually believe that part of the difficulty that some of us have been having in bringing women parliamentarians out of Afghanistan, and that's been a real focus of my work, is that the strategy is to hold you hostage, for more international development money. And I think we see that also. The other group that I've been working closely with are young women athletes. And we've had more success, actually, in terms of numbers, but we're still talking comparatively low numbers of those that we have successfully extracted. And now, this is the second part of the what next question. How do we support resettlement? How do we support the kind of re-education as necessary, skill building, cultural adjustment, kids getting into school without big interruptions? This whole resettlement process is something that the world still is not doing very well. And I think that for those of us who are here for the women political leaders, for the Reykjavík Global Forum, we have to turn each and every one of us to our governments. And we have to say to them, visas. You need to start issuing visas, more quickly. And we need a much better integration of resettlement as well as extraction.
Thank you very much. And just to put context, the visas we need, like a permanent visas, basically for more people to be evacuated from Afghanistan and resettle. And what I'm hearing from you is that there are two kinds of crises, really. There is, or so many, you know, as also Shukriya said, there is a crisis of, you know, getting more people out of safety. Only last Friday, another Afghan woman was assassinated by the Taliban. These assassination attempts have been steady and systematic throughout the last year, not only throughout the years, as Shukriya mentioned, but also throughout the last year particularly. So there's no doubt, if anybody is wondering, oh, the Taliban are giving good speeches, we're going to defend women, please do not just do not believe that. You know, it's just someone knowing how to speak to the Western world does not mean that they actually are going to implement these values. So there is this crisis of the safety of women who are at risk in Afghanistan. There is the crisis of the resettlement. This is the creme de la creme of the society. This is the intellectual capital of the society that has come out from women particularly. And there is a crisis of what do we do right now in terms of the long-term well-being of the millions of Afghans who are still in Afghanistan, in terms of the food crisis, in terms of how do you deal with that. So how, and this is when I want to take it to you, Zoraida. How do we deal that? I mean, I think Muslim countries are going to play a more major role as dealing with this. The crisis is so much, there's the Afghan crisis, of course, what we just talked about, but this is also a geopolitical crisis in the region because you have suddenly a radical group taking over a country, an important country. And what can we do to protect women and women's rights in this very hard circumstances? And I know you have been involved actually in Afghanistan since September 11, as a matter of fact, inside and outside from a Malaysian perspective and as a WPL member. Tell us more of what can be done right now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for having me in this session with regards to Afghanistan situation. And Shukriya, how are you? I hope things are going well with you there. Yeah, just to share with all of you here, I had some experience during September 11. I was there on a humanitarian mission. So we went down to Afghanistan to distribute food and toys for the kids and sanitary kits and also hygienic products for these women to use. So when I was there, I thought their life there was it's more than my great-grandmother's time. It was so backwards then. So it came a surprise to me. And I think it's an exposure to the world that the real situation of Afghanistan at that time. So if it's after the 23 years of American occupation, and like what Shukriya mentioned, that looks as though the life there's going to go back 30 years back again. So now, when I heard the announcement by the Taliban regime to say that they're going to deny the girls and the women from going to school, I spontaneously make a statement from my country to say that we are willing to facilitate, we are willing to see how we can assist the women in Afghanistan, particularly and the children, how we can sort of mitigate or moderate to allow them to go back to school, because after 20 years of success, and mind you, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the World Economic Forum Gender Global Index, Afghanistan did better than my country in terms of political involvement. They are at 111 over 156, and I'm at 128 over 156. So the rest of the education, whatever, they're 156 over 156. So going by that, I think we should capitalize on this women participation in terms of politics, and they are, I believe, is well versed into policy making. So what we thought that we wanted to do, so we want to go in as a voluntary group, to look into how do we help to empower women in terms of education. And we knew that so many women, those capable women and those intelligent women have fled the country. So we also believe there are so many more in the country. Yeah? So we thought that we could facilitate them and to give them the confidence so that they are not fearful to come out and to rebuild the country. So we wanted to engage with the NGOs there. And I've communicated with the Afghan ambassador in Malaysia, immediately called me for a meeting when he saw my statement. So we are arranging something that they wanted to arrange for a trip for me to go down to Afghanistan. But the situation now seems it's a bit bad. So probably geopolitically or politically, maybe I'm not able to go then. But we were thinking that probably we could come up with some kind of program. Probably we call Kuala Lumpur Kabul dialogue in Kuala Lumpur, where we can get all these women, especially people like Shukriya, to come in, and some of you women here, to come and join and see what can we do for these women, especially and children, in terms of education for these Afghan women. And I think it's good for us to engage all these women here, because then we know what are their feel, what do they want, what is the direction that we should be taking. So for us to say that probably we might have some ideas, but maybe that's not the right thing that they want, exactly what they want. So this engagement has to start. And in fact, the Afghanistan ambassador was too eager to ask me, when are you going to make a trip to Afghan? So I think, okay, hold on. So probably I would have to do this dialogue first, so that we can have a better feel and better understanding of the situation and see what we can prepare. So we were thinking that also to look into the educational empowerment, because I saw that the Afghan women are so advanced, like Shukriya. You're very much advanced, and you know what is the women's empowerment and the rights of the women, and they shouldn't be left behind. And because of the Taliban regime, they segregate women. But in Islam, we do not deny anyone, for that matter, whether it's male or man or whatever race, you shouldn't be denied of any rights, because everyone is equal. So therefore, there must be some kind of mechanism where we can approach the Taliban regime and see how we share, how we promote Islam. At the same time, we have progressed the women, especially in Malaysia, because being a Muslim country. So maybe our experience we can share with them, and probably we can work out something, because they have, you have faced the era of before the Americans, pre-American occupation, and during the American occupation, and now you're post. Yeah. So probably we have to think of hybrid of the situation of then and there, and probably that will come up with a more special model for Afghanistan, for that matter. So we hope that we can do something to that effect, and we shall do immediately after this session with the WPL. We'll go back and see how do we start this ball rolling.
What you're saying is very important. Yes, we have 1 minute left, so please go ahead.
I think what you've just described is a playbook for the sisterhood that you described, Zainab. Yeah. And I think the single most important takeaway from this session is your point that we will not turn our heads away, we will not give up. We know that there are women suffering in many other countries, but we also know that there's a playbook that terrorists are following. And there's been a tremendous success on the part of the Taliban. And now we need our playbook for the long-term sisterhood, so that no matter what happens, and in other countries, we can learn from this playbook as well.
I can't have a better ending than that. So the call is for everyone to do whatever you can from wherever you are. We do need visas, for government to be pressured to get more visas. We need help in getting more resettlements. We need help. What you're saying, it's so important in terms of engagement with the Taliban, push from an Islamic perspective, because that's not the Islam we know and stand for. We need support of our sisters in every way. Make sure that their voices, the voices of Shukriya and many other women, is kept alive and loud and heard by all over the world. And we need to continue this fight. This is not their fight. This is all of our fight. And on that end, thank you, Shukriya, for sharing your story. I think you'll stay in our hearts forever. And thank you, Mary Lou and Zuraida, for your contributions and for your work. Thank you very much, everyone.
We salute our panel. And I don't know about you, but I think we need to give them one more hand, just acknowledging the power of the sharing and the real lived experiences of women and what women confront. We're coming from one hotly contested area to another hotly contested area. But as we leave the area where we just were in Afghanistan, I want us to think about something that Shukriya said, the power of truth and the power of loyalty. And I don't know if those online could really hear this. I hope you did. The power of truth and the power of loyalty. Our truth as women, and our loyalty to the issues as women. And we heard from Mary Lou, and we heard from Zureda that we can hold to that truth, respect religion, respect culture, and approach it in diverse ways that keeps everybody included. So powerful. From that region, we move over across the Atlas to the Arctic. And we'll be hearing from a panel today talking about the hotly contested oil and gas reserves of the Arctic. And to do that today, we're going to have a phenomenal woman who is the chair of Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle, she's the editor-in-chief of Deutsche Welle. She is Manuela Kasper-Claridge, and she will be introducing the panel and discussing the hotspot of the Arctic. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction. And I'm the editor-in-chief of Deutsche Welle, which is Germany's international broadcaster. It's like BBC World with 32 languages. And what's important, we managed to get 73 colleagues out of Afghanistan. It was a real effort for us. It took weeks. They had to hide in Kabul. But we are very happy that we got them out just to have a connection with the discussion before. But now we are talking about the Arctic. Can you imagine we are only 270 kilometers away from the edge of the Arctic here in Iceland? And the Arctic is, of course, a very beautiful spot of the world with around 4 million inhabitants and with 21,000 species. The best known is probably the polar bear. 8 countries are encompassing the Arctic, and of course there's a lot of geopolitical discussion about the Arctic at the moment. And we have a great panel, and we will even go to the Arctic now, to Russia, to the most... there is Anton. Anton is currently in the Arctic. It looks very nice and warm where you are, but I think outside it's not as warm as it looks now. Anton, where are you?
I'm in Salykhard, Yamal region of Russia. It's about 2,000 kilometers northeast from Moscow. And the Salykhard stands exactly on the Arctic Circle. It's minus 17 degrees outside, sunny weather, just in the middle of winter time. So I welcome you with good weather.
Yeah, welcome, Anton, and thank you to the organizer that this works technically. That's great. I have here on my panel also Jeanette, who is the ambassador of Canada and Iceland, and of course Tina, who is representing an Icelandic energy provider, and we will talk about the changing situation in the Arctic. Now, Jeanette, I would like to start with you. You've been working on Arctic issues for many, many years, and you've been there, of course, in the Arctic very often. Just tell us a bit about your work and your experience. How has the Arctic changed over the years?
Great, thank you for that question. And I want to start certainly by saying hello to my colleague, Anton.
Yeah.
We've had a great pleasure of working together initially on the negotiation of a search and rescue agreement between the Arctic states, which was the first legally binding agreement among the Arctic states that was signed in 2011, Anton, I think it is. That would make it 10 years ago now. So I have been involved in Arctic issues on and off for about 20 years throughout my career at Foreign Affairs. And when I started, I told my colleagues, who were all new Foreign Service officers, that I was going to work in the Arctic Division. And they looked at me that, what, do we have such a division? It was sort of a little bit unknown. And I would say in the sort of, for the first 10 years, that swiftly changed. And now I'm 20 years later, but about 10 years ago, and Anton, I'd be curious your views, but at least 10 years ago, I noticed a very significant shift that Arctic wasn't seen as a separate little division that just dealt with Arctic Council. It became embedded into all sorts of conversations about how we advance our leadership globally in the world. And so the Arctic Council, I must say, though, has been around for 25 years. We've just celebrated the 25th anniversary. And one thing that I'm very proud of, which hasn't changed over the years, is the important voice that has been given to Indigenous people in the context of the Council. And I believe it's the first forum where Arctic states sit at the table, as do Indigenous organizations. They have a voice at the table. And that's 25 years old. And so you'll notice in my answers, I'll often refer back to the importance of Indigenous voices, because those are definitely in Canada, and I know in Russia's Arctic as well, strong proportion of Indigenous populations in the north that need to be part of decision making.
But we are also talking about climate change today. So have you noticed personally the changes in the environment in the Arctic there?
Yeah, I'd say I've noticed more the increase in activity in the Arctic, but the reason there's more activity is because of some of those changes in climate. And having spoken to Northerners in Canada, they are seeing it more directly. They are seeing it in terms of loss of permafrost in Northern Canadian communities, which means they have to actually, whether it's find the funds to improve the infrastructure or change the design of infrastructure to better adapt to the changing climate. So I'd say my perspectives are more through conversations with Northerners. But I did spend a number of years helping to set up a high Arctic research facility in the north, and a major focus of that station's work is about collaboration internationally and finding ways to adapt to a changing climate. So I think it's absolutely at the front of mind of researchers involved in the Arctic.
Okay, thank you. Tina, you are representing an energy company from Iceland. How do you look at this topic? We saw at COP26 there was a huge ice mountain brought there to make us aware of the dangers of the melting sea ice. Are we doing enough to protect the climate and to help the Arctic?
Thank you for the question, and hello to Anton. And in fact, we are also seeing the same kind of development in Iceland with the glaciers melting here as well. So we are feeling the climate changes in this region as well. So we are definitely doing a lot with respect to fighting the climate changes, but it's evident that we're not doing enough. There needs to be more of a collaborative effort, and the theme of the conference here is power together for progress, and I think that needs to be sort of the message. And on the news this morning there was kind of the first message coming from the World Climate Summit in Glasgow, and it was the same message that was coming through there. The leading nations worldwide, more resourceful nations, more developed nations need to give other nations worldwide, poorer nations and less developed nations, a hand and support. In Iceland, we are very proud of our renewable energy system. We are the global leader when it comes to energy transition, and the energy transition is going to be the key to a sustainable future. And although we are a small nation, that can be one of our contributions to the climate change, both being a role model when it comes to renewable energy and the energy transmission, and also helping with expertise in the field of sustainable solutions.
Does it mean you see opportunities also with the changing environment in the Arctic?
Yeah, I think it's a threat and an opportunity at the same time. The Arctic Circle conference was held at this venue here in Harpa last month, so during the month of October. And Greenland stepped forward and made an announcement that they would not be going after any new oil or gas projects, but rather focusing on infrastructure projects, bringing economic opportunities and business opportunities to the people, focusing on renewable energy solutions and green solutions, and thereby driving the socio-economic development needed.
Okay. Anton, some look at the Arctic as the ground zero of climate change because their climate change is felt even faster than in other areas of the world. Would you agree?
Yes, I think so. And but I think you should not treat Arctic as a source of climate change. It is only one of the regions of the world where it happens. But because of geophysics, it happens here faster than everywhere. So in a way, this is a sort of litmus paper or a mirror of the future where the others can look and see what will happen very soon. I'm sitting here at the Salihard, and this is to participate in a very interesting and quite long international conference on permafrost. And this is one of the area which borders us very much, us and Canada and the US and Alaska and some other Nordic states. It's a big problem, and this is quite visible. And I'm afraid because territory of Russia consists of 75% of permafrost, we shall be one of the main losers of thawing of permafrost, which is happening now. And I'm sitting here for 3 days conference already, and all the scientists here are united saying that the trend is absolutely clear. And if you extrapolate what was happening with permafrost for the last 20 or 30 years, you'll come to the conclusion, this line will bring us to the conclusion that somewhere at the end of the century, there will be no permafrost at all. And just imagine what would happen with all the infrastructure built in Russia, and we are the leaders on development of infrastructure in the Arctic region. And also in the other areas, that will be a great damage to all the people living here. And 2.5 million people live in Russian Asia out of 4 million people living in whole Arctic. And that will be a major problem. So yes, we watch it, we see it, and we should do something just to meet the challenge. We are doing that. We have adopted a set of decisions on climate change, on sustainable development of our resources in the Northern Sea route. We have a new Arctic strategies providing for a whole set of measures to do that. We have quite recently, 2 weeks ago, adopted a general strategy of development, low greenhouse gas emissions economy. And we understand the importance of our Russian contribution to the process of decarbonization. And this will be our major input. So we plan to decarbonize ourselves by 2060, and we plan, the strategy provides a set of measures up to 2050. We plan to cut greenhouse emissions by 80% compared with 1990. But it's a huge work for Russia. Russia is our home. Arctic is our home for Russia. And Arctic is future for Russia. We have quite ambitious plan for use the opening opportunities. And this is why we want to do it in a sustainable way. But I would like to echo much what Janet said, and I'd say that we will not be able to achieve the sustainable development of the Arctic without international cooperation. We are have been cooperating wonderfully in the Arctic Circle, in the Arctic Council, and in the Arctic Circle as well. And Russia is chairing the Arctic Council now for the year 21 to 23. And we have very ambitious plan of sort of discussions and measures and working on maybe new contribution to the process of sustainable development, building on wonderful traditions of excellent cooperation in the Arctic within the framework of the Arctic Council. And I agree with Janet, we've done a lot. And now, if we hadn't done that, then we would have different Arctic. But we did it. We are building on that, and we're moving on forward quite in a stable way. So I look very favorably at what will happen in the Arctic, despite all the problems.
Okay, obviously that won't be easy, but you're working on it. Jeanette, you are working with indigenous people in Canada. For Canada, this is very important because it's all about people. It's environment is obviously connected to the people who are living there. So just tell us what you're doing and what's the aim for Canada.
Sure, I'll speak briefly, and I've got this report, and I'm scared I'm going to leave the stage without mentioning it, and it certainly links to some of the focus of this conference, but the report that I'm holding, it's the executive summary of a gender equality in the Arctic report that was released by the Icelandic chairmanship of the Arctic Council in May of this year. And this is all about ensuring that we have a gender lens on our approach within the Arctic Council and more broadly within the scientific working groups of the Arctic Council. And it also is, this report is it focuses on identifying knowledge gaps. And so I think for Canada and our partners in the Arctic, the other Arctic states, we are very much working with Northerners to make sure we understand what the needs are, where the research gaps are, and prioritizing that in the research that's happening. Canada has released an Arctic and Northern Policy Framework in 2019. The international chapter of that focuses on advancing a rules-based approach within the Arctic that includes through fora like the Arctic Council. It also is about bilateral relationships, which are incredibly important. Speaking specifically about Indigenous people, we talk and we are actively pursuing a push to ensure that Indigenous voices are at the table. I mentioned the Arctic Council, that's the gold star in that, it's an existing fora. They've had a seat at the table that whole time. Where there is not a space for Indigenous partners to be invited, Canada endeavors to include Indigenous voices within our delegations, national delegations. We also consult. Actually, I'm trying to not use the word consult all the time. It's not consulting. We're involving and engaging from the start to the finish of programs and projects. Our Arctic policy that I just mentioned, it was co-developed. It wasn't written by the Foreign Ministry. It wasn't written and consulted. It was actually co-developed. And I can say from my experience with it that it took a lot of time, but we're proud of the fact that our Indigenous and Northern partners have contributed to that policy.
You told me earlier that, of course, the effects of climate change are noticeable also for the people who are living there. It's difficult to fish and even to go from A to B. Could you describe it for the audience, please, a bit more? Because I'm sure not everybody here has already been.
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. And I'll say that I'll speak just of the Canadian Northern context, that 40% of Canada's landmass is in the Arctic. That 40% is the size of Europe. There are just over 100,000 people living in an area the size of all of Europe. Across the north, mostly coastal communities. No roads. There are roads off to the west side of the Canadian Arctic, but we do not have roads connecting all of our communities in the north. And I suspect it's similar in the Russian Arctic, which I still need to visit downtown at some point. Anyway, with changes in ice and the impacts of climate change, as Anton says, it's not that it's happening in the Arctic, it's the effects that are being seen in the Arctic first and foremost. But it is difficult for communities to navigate, to do their traditional ways of life when the ice is now unpredictable. So we're really investing and profiling Canadian innovation and, of course, other Arctic states' innovation in how to read the ice. And actually, what I'd say is one of our really amazing innovations, it's an organization called Smart Ice, was just awarded a major prize here, the Frederick Paulson Award, at Arctic Circle last month. And they're the first recipient of that prize. And if you Google smart ice, you'll learn a lot about this really fascinating innovation, and they're involving Indigenous people in their company about how to, it's not a company, it's a foundation, not for profit, all about building knowledge on Indigenous perspectives so that we can better understand the changes in the environment and how to adapt.
Okay. Tina, the natural resources of the Arctic, you were talking about renewables and environmentally friendly. How can one put this together? What is the concept?
Well, I think if we take renewable energy as an example, there are some hydropower resources in the Arctic, in Greenland, for example, and we have been collaborating there. So we have been assisting with building power plants and so on. So I think that's, for one, something that we can build on. Maybe a little bit about the people of the Arctic, if I may. And we were talking about gender equality. And of course, gender equality has been a topic of this conference. And Iceland being a leader when it comes to equal rights and equal representation and gender equality, that's also a story, an encouraging story that Iceland has to say, and where we can share, again, expertise and be role models, because I think it's important to empower the indigenous people and the people of the Arctic.
Okay, thank you. Anton, you were describing the effects of the melting permafrost, but obviously Russia sees also many opportunities. Could you elaborate a bit more about the opportunity? Are there new trade routes possible, or what are you thinking of?
Absolutely. There are two sorts of opportunities. First, because of climate change and technological revolution, we get much more access than before to natural resources. And there's so many natural resources in the Arctic that it will be enough for generations and generations of the world to consume. And also the second part is the opening of new maritime routes. It's the Northern Sea route, and this is what we are working on. So we have plans of development of oil and gas, and some other minerals in different parts of the areas. I'm talking with you from one of the biggest, if not, it's the biggest natural gas province in Russia, and one of the biggest, if not the biggest, natural oil province in the world. So everything about it there. But we have, I can give you figures, etc., etc., but the idea is that the role of Arctic economy in Russian total economy will grow. For example, now it's about 7% of GDP. In 10 years, it should be close to 10% of GDP, and with further growth. So this is why I'm telling you that we see Arctic as our future. But we want, again, we see all the troubles of climate change too. And we want to have a balanced approach to the possibilities that we're having. This is why I've already mentioned the programs of sustainable development that we're taking on the regional level. There are programs about the Arctic, there are programs about the whole country, about sustainability, etc. But I think that we've done a lot during the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic years. So we were not sitting idle. We were using the time that we were given just to sit and discuss and take some decision. And so I think that out of this decision will come what I view as a sort of big leap forward in the development of the Arctic. We must be prepared for that, and domestically, and we are cooperating on that with our colleagues and friends in the Arctic. And they are open for cooperation with any other interested countries in the world in the sustainable way and mutually interested way.
Okay, thank you. I'm already getting signs that we should come to the end. Unfortunately, Janet, obviously an ordinary citizen is a bit frightened when one hears about these developments. One thinks, oh God, now even in the Arctic, we see these power stations and so on. And what about the environmental impact? So can it be done from your point of view fast, please, in a sustainable way?
Sorry, can what be done? Can
I mean, to develop the Arctic in a sustainable way, so that the impact
well, I think
on the environment is not too...
I'll just say briefly that I think if Northerners are involved in the development of the Arctic, then I'm going to be comfortable with the development and the future of the Arctic, but it has to be with Northern voices. And so at any conference that you attend or hear about in the world, if it's about the Arctic, ask for and look in the program, where are the indigenous people, the Northerners? Make sure they're always at the table. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Tanya?
Yeah, I would like to echo that.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for that interesting discussion. I think we are just at the start of the discussion. Yeah. Obviously, you are much further than we are, but it's a very interesting topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the panel for that fantastic discussion on that hotly contested area. And now we know why it's hotly contested. And we can, for all the reasons they shared, we can call it ground zero. Ground zero because it's a ground of opportunity. Opportunity for oil and gas, for fisheries, for mining, for so many sectors. But there's a slide I want to share with you. Can we get the slide? This slide shows us that in terms of parity between women and men on boards of the largest publicly listed companies, there's no country. Zero. In other words, the world doesn't even exist. Non-existent. However, companies from many of these non-existent countries are vying for space in the Arctic. Hotly contested. Shamelessly, they have no women. How can they lead in this space and ensure inclusive development? They can't unless they include women in their leadership, make sure women have voices, and make sure women have space. So in that non-existent world, where people are fighting for the Arctic, we need to let them know they cannot occupy ground zero unless we're there with them. How about that? No ground zero without us. Let's say it together. No ground zero without who? Without us. I didn't hear you. Come on. 1, 2, 3. No ground zero without us. Yay! So all those companies that are fighting for the Arctic, you're not welcome unless you take us along. And that's why this conversation is so important. The conversation starts here, but the conversation continues. Yesterday, we talked about taxation. We talked about gender-responsive budgeting. We talked about so many issues. And today, the conversation continues. We cannot have sustainable development if we don't have national plans and priorities that ensure gender inclusion, that ensure that plans are green, resilient, and shock resistant. For that to happen, we have to translate these conversations here with the conversations there. That's why we had Nepal. That's why we had Afghanistan. That's why we're talking the Arctic. And every country around the world needs to have this conversation happening there. The challenge is to all of us in this room. How do we make sure what's discussed here continues to be discussed there? Because none of this is done until every World Atlas page is fully purple. And that's our challenge. So as we close out on this session, with fantastic thanks to all of those from this morning, we want to remind you that we're engaging here in Reykjavik, but we're also engaging online. I want you to engage with social media as well. During your breaks and so forth, go to my forum. You have the link, the Reykjavik link. Please go there, engage with the different social media spaces, click, tick, and kick, whatever you need to do. Tweet, twat, and retweet, and tweet it. All those things you do, Instagram and Insta-me and Insta-you, all of that, make sure you engage. We'll know that you're present. Don't just be online looking. Be online engaging. Because we're engagers. We're engagers and we're influencers. We will never influence as women if we don't engage. Engage in person, engage online, and even engage in space. Wherever they go, we follow them. But what I want us to say, wherever they go, we lead. We go ahead of them. So go to my forum, engage, share your thoughts, share your ideas. We're going to be moving into leaders' talks here and online. And we'll be having some conversations. And if you look up on the screen, you'll see some of the conversations we're having today. Leading with grace, with clarity, and focus. We're going to be talking about reporting towards equality beyond the pay gap, power and persistence. And we heard from the Afghan women, right? You saw power, you saw persistence. Let's have more of a conversation around that. Afghan women leaders will be engaging online and in person and so forth. Rooms are listed up there. When we close right now, shortly we'll be going for our coffee break. You're going to choose a leaders talk room here or online, and you're going to engage in that space where you are. After that, get something to eat, because when we come back in here, we continue on how we occupy ground zero. Wherever there's an opportunity, what we're going to do, we're going to take it. DJ Soleil, as we go out, there's a song I really like. It's called Irreplaceable. Irreplaceable by Beyonce. And there's a part of the song she says, you must not know about me. The world must not know about you. You're irreplaceable. Reykjavík Global Forum needs you. Women's political leaders needs you. Your country that you come from needs you. Your community needs you. Your government needs you. You are needed to make a change to make the world purple. Let me get the song. Thank you. And if you didn't catch her name earlier, she is DJ Soleil, the best there is around Iceland. Thank you, DJ Soleil. Unfortunately, you online didn't get to dance to her groove, but I can tell you, trust us, she's good. So we're back from lunch, but most importantly, we're back from the leaders' talks, and that's very important for you to be aware of, that conversations have happened. Some of you participated online in different conversations. Some of you engaged with social media. Please continue to do that. But I think what's important for all of us is that we talked. There's been a conversation. The conversation starts here, and the conversation continues. And this afternoon, we'll be furthering the conversation along many different streams, and I will tell you more about that as we get to those different points. Right now, we're going to be hearing from a Reykjavík Global Forum co-chair, and this person happens to be somebody who is one of my bosses, Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. We'll go over to her video.
Dear friends, fellow women leaders at the Reykjavík Global Forum, when we launched Women Rise for All in 2020, female leaders from around the world came together to work for equal access to essential services and social protection for the COVID-19 recovery for all. In this and in so many urgent areas, women's leadership is crucial. We cannot build forward together and address the climate crisis without building a world where women are equal partners, with an equal share of opportunities, power, and participation. From Africa to Asia and Latin America, women farmers and producers are engaging in strategies to confront climate change. At the same time, we know that electing women politicians can result in ambitious climate action. And the presence of more women in governing boards is resulting in sustainable business practices and opportunities, including in key climate-related sectors such as oil, gas, and mining. Globally, the emissions growth rate by companies with more than 30% women board members was almost 6 times lower than companies with no women board members at all. We need to acknowledge and elevate the work of women leaders from all walks of life, the work that all of you do every day in governments, business, international organizations, civil society, and beyond. Together, we must work to increase the number of women in leadership, and we must amplify the power of those who are already leading. We know true progress is made when leadership is diverse, inclusive, and balanced. Dear friends, Gender-based violence increases during climate disasters, while support systems often collapse. Heat waves bring heightened risk of maternal and neonatal complications. Lack of access to improved household energy is associated with almost 4 million excess deaths from smoke inhalation per year, disproportionately among women and girls. These consequences will only grow. We have seen the strength of the global climate movement to demand ambition led by young people, including a powerful cadre of young women from every region. Women are increasingly on national delegations to the COP, spurred by the Gender Action Plan under UNFCCC. And women are increasingly in leadership roles in companies that will define sectoral emission trends. Our voices from civil society, government and the private sector must demand and deliver commitments to net zero emissions by 2050 or earlier, concrete near-term targets and action plans and immediate action. Gender equality is a priority of the Secretary-General, and he has led efforts to achieve gender parity in the senior leadership for the first time in UN history. The hosts of the Reykjavík Global Forum, WPL, and the Government of Iceland have been vital partners in all our work to achieve a more gender-equal world. Let's take this partnership to all corners of the world. Women ministers, business owners, parliamentarians, and grassroots organizers are often the most knowledgeable about the needs of these communities most impacted by the pandemic, climate change, the lack of services, and the digital divide. We need these women at the table in all decision-making processes at all levels. Again, I extend my admiration, solidarity, and support to all of you and look forward to continuing to work together to build a much more equal, sustainable, and prosperous future. Thank you.
I can stand here today and I will step out from behind this podium and say to you that when I joined the United Nations as a national officer in Liberia, in Monrovia, I never imagined that I could ever even be head of a section, let alone head of an agency in a country, let alone be a resident coordinator. I stand because the words she just spoke are real. I'm a part of that. I'm here because of the Secretary General's commitment to gender parity. That's why I am a UN resident coordinator in a country. They're not just words. And if we were to do that in every space where words result into action, imagine what a better world this would be. The conversation starts here, but it continues. It now continues with a video. And the video is self-explanatory, and it's going to take us to the next phase of our conversation.
Your organization has been selected to receive a grant from Google.org.
Congratulations! Oh my god, can I cry? Okay. Oh, are you being serious?
Yes, you've been selected. That is amazing.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Excellent news. That's incredible.
Wow. Oh my god, thank you so much.
My tears are for what I have seen women able to do after going through our program.
We know from kind of our experience in community organizing that these young women are the ones who will create those bridges between communities.
It gives us an opportunity to reach so many more girls.
I don't like Mondays, but this is a Monday that I will remember for the rest of my life.
It says a lot, but it doesn't say it all. And to add more to this conversation, I'm going to be calling on Savannah. We've seen her yesterday, we've seen her today. Savannah is coming up, and she's coming up with Jaqueline Fuller, the president of Google.org, in conversation. Savannah and Jaqueline.
Which one would you like?
Well, thank you, Sarah. Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Congratulations on this amazing, fantastic initiative that you, as the president of Google.org, have launched. It's really changing the world, not only of those girls that we saw, girls and women that we saw on screen. So really, congratulations.
Thank you so much. And it's really all of us, right? Because when she rises, we rise, and none of us do these things alone. We've done this in partnership with many folks, including Vital Voices in the room, including many partners, Project Everyone, helping us to select the organizations. But it's a real time to celebrate women.
Well, it's amazing. And just to let you know, we will agree in this fireside chat on many things. It's not the reason why we're also color-coded. That was a coincidence. Just want to point you out in case somebody was wondering. But we just, you know, it happens. It happens, and it's great. So we just kind of kicked things off immediately, but I would say everybody in this room and everybody online knows what Google is. Most languages now have the verb to Google in their own language. Like in German, it's say Googeln, slightly differently pronunciated. But what does Google.org actually do? That's not as known.
Right. So Google.org is Google's philanthropy. And essentially, our job is to think about how we can take the strengths of Google, and that includes things like funding, over $1 billion over the last several years that we've invested in nonprofits globally, and also our people, our expertise, our engineers, things like our reach, our platform, Google, providing a voice and a way for organizations to get their messaging out through ad grants, for example. So the idea of Google.org is, can we as a company think about all of the gaps in the world and all of the needs in the world? Can get quite overwhelming, I think, when us as individuals or as companies, as we try to think about what can we do and how can we help? I think we also need to think not only about the needs, but also how we could have a differential impact. And so for Google, what we think about is, are there areas where there's strategic gaps where we could also step in with our unique strengths and make a difference? And this past year, the largest area of focus that we had was on women and girls in this $25 million global effort.
That you do that, would you say this has to do with the fact that you are leading Google.org? I mean, if we look around, just the simple data, matter of fact, it's not a, most of the big money pots are run by men.
Yes.
Now, Google.org, extremely powerful, is run by you.
Yeah.
Does this focus on women and girls, is there a correlation?
Oh, 100%. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's interesting, being a woman in tech, it doesn't surprise me when I walk into a room and I'm the only woman, anywhere across the tech industry, or even sometimes in leadership at Google. It's not surprising, I guess, that there's not a lot of women. But what's surprising to me is even in the area of philanthropy, that you would think, okay, women own that field, where 3/4 of the staff, for example, at foundations, whether private, public, but fewer than actually 1 in 4 of the CEOs of our major giving institutions are women. So it's wonderful. We've seen a lot of women step out in philanthropic roles. We've seen, for example, Melinda French Gates step out and have her own agenda. And what's interesting is, as she stepped out through Pivotal, an emphasis on women and girls was her top area. Same with Mackenzie Scott, stepping out in her philanthropy in a big way, in a big, bold way, and putting women and girls, centering the issue of women and girls. But many of you have heard me say over the past couple of days that less than 2% of our philanthropy globally goes to causes related to women and girls. So we don't have enough funding going there. And part of the solution is making sure that the decision makers, the people who are at the table and controlling those funds, are more representative.
Well, sometimes it takes a woman to lead the movement, and then others, men as well, follow and say, hey, what she's doing is actually smart and makes sense, and it's also good for us, good for society. let's have her try it out if it works.
Yes.
And then we follow, right? It's a classical work share in that matter. But so I mean, the two bit of good news is like Google.org has a lot of possibilities to do things and to close those gaps that you're talking about. And second good news is you're leading it, so more to expect in that field, I guess. But let's look at a bit of bad news, because throughout the conference we talked about that the pandemic really put back equality by generation. It's not only about the realities, but also in the recovery plans very often equality doesn't really play the role that it should. So what we're going to do about that?
Yeah, you know, it's as a leader in philanthropy, as a senior person in tech, but also, you know, as a mom of two daughters, I look at what's happened with COVID and the pandemic and just think, you know, we were making such progress globally. We were really on this elan, you know, and it was so exciting. And to see, you know, just even in the area of employment, women being twice as likely to have lost their jobs. And so what we've been thinking about is Google, but of course we're not, you know, we're just one piece of the puzzle as Google.org, but coming alongside our partners as we're thinking about what we can do. I think one of the things that's really important, what we tried to do through the Impact Challenge, is to make sure that we're not just funding the cause of women and girls and doing that in a way that's intersectional with women of color, thinking about ableism, thinking about the LGBTQ community, and making sure that we're thinking about, hey, who is leading these organizations? Who's leading these initiatives? So that's one of the things that we've been doing with our funding, is making sure that we're funding female leaders of these initiatives, of these organizations. And so we actually did an audit of ourselves. So Google's really big in data, right? And so we wanted to see, is not just our intention good, but are we actually walking the talk? And so we audited all of our grantees, all of our partners, over $1 billion worth in the last several years. And we saw that, for example, more than half of our grantees are women, which is important. More than half are led by people of color, which is important. But when we looked at the larger grants, we saw that we weren't doing as well there with the larger grants. So it's good for all of us to have these intentions, but also measure and hold ourselves accountable to make sure that we're doing what we're saying to the world that should be done.
Credibility so often is linked to data. You know, if you have the data, if you have the fact-driven approach, it's so much more credible and measurable. And you have this data knowledge, the access to it, and when you work with philanthropies or when you work with those social impact organizations, and you just casually mention there like 1 billion, which is, you know, a magnitude of what Google.org and is doing, just describes it very elegantly. So, but when you think of the progress that's been made already and you're measuring it, where do you think should be more done, and what could be done more and better?
Well, look, I'm an optimist. I spend my days reading and hearing from women around the globe. I mean, we had more than 7,800 applications. That was the most applications we've had for anything at any time ever at Google for any of our open calls that we've held. And so what that tells me, and we worked with Vital Voices, Project Everyone, to help evaluate, assess, and come down to the few dozen that we funded. But you know what that tells me is that there are so many innovators, there are so many women on the front lines who are doing heroic work, who need to be funded. They need to be supported. And so one of the things that we've been doing actually is taking the list of winners and almost winners and sharing them out, because a lot of funders have come to us and said, hey, we actually would like to do more funding in this area. So I think we need to do more of that as well, where we share and say, hey, this person who's doing this work is in an area that you're focused on. You should really take a good look at them. So, you know, looking at all of these applications just made me so optimistic about what's being done. I'll just mention, I think, two things that came out of the data when we looked at this with partners. One is that, you know, there's a broad emphasis on not only providing, whether it's the training or the skills or the access to the internet for rural entrepreneurs, for example, all of those hard tactics are important, but there's been more emphasis too on building community and building cohorts. So for example, one of the projects that you saw there from Colombia on the video, they're connecting female entrepreneurs from rural areas to the internet for the first time in their lives, helping them with digital skills so that they can build their businesses online and reach more customers. But they're also building cohorts where women can come together in rural areas, find each other, and as businesswomen, burgeoning businesswomen together, come in and provide that sort of mutual mentoring, coaching, and I think just support. So I think that's one of the things that we're learning, that it's not just about the hard skills or the internet connection, it's also building the soft skills and also building those human connections.
Yeah, and the next panelist, Jean, she will join us here from one of those that celebrated being chosen. And also just let me say on behalf of WPL that we're thrilled to work with Google.org, and I think it's great that you also expand your vision on what you're collaborating and supporting on working on transformative legislation to have better access on entrepreneurship for women.
Well, we're coming alongside partners like you because we recognize we are not the experts, but we are here to help support the experts and those who are closest to the issues and to the data and to understanding. So we are thrilled we're partnering together and to help make sure that the data that we have that's available is actionable and delivered to our decision makers and leaders in ways that is digestible and that can turn it into action. So we're partnering with you, we're partnering with UN Women also as well, because we want to not only help the individual and the organizations, but help build the ecosystem as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank
you for being here.
You're the ones doing the hard work, and the women out leading these organizations are the ones that we need to celebrate and the ones that we need to thank and the ones that we need to get more funding for. So
that's why we're all here in this room, right? Celebrating each other's power together and making a difference. A challenging question for technology. I know you've got this super cool video with Amanda Gorman talking about the impact challenge. Is there any way we can quickly pull that up? And it's just a minute long. Just give me a signal. Yes, no, possible, not possible. If not, I would just invite everybody to
this
search
video,
on
which you
Google.
may or may not see now, but you can look up later on YouTube.
Exactly. I get a thumb
has
down.
Amanda Gorman, who we actually reached out to before she became a worldwide phenom.
Well, there you go.
And that's how we have such a poetess.
So then let's just Google that, right?
Yes.
Video, google.org, Amanda
Use your
Gorman,
favorite
and look at
search
it
engine
yourself.
to find it. Yes.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Big
Great
applause
to be
for Jaqueline.
Great to be
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jaqueline and Silvana. And what I took from there, very important, is the issue of building communities, building ecosystems, building cohorts, a lot of building. And we've been told that we should build back better. And then we're told, well, no, let's build forward better. I say, let's build forward differently. If we must build forward, and it has to be different. We must disrupt. And I look up the meaning of disrupt, and it says to interrupt an event, activity, or process by causing disturbance or problem. For the fullness of womanity to be birthed, we have to totally disrupt. And that thing that's caused us a problem, we must change it. We must change it. Are you ready to change it? Yes. To flip the script, you have to innovate. So it's not about that thing that used to happen before, it's that thing that must happen tomorrow. It's that thing that you must decide is going to have to be different, and we will make sure it is different. Building forward differently. To talk about innovations, I'm going to call up somebody, Katja Iverson. So she's an executive advisor, she's an author and gender equality advocate. She's a principal at KI Partners. But something you don't know about Katja is she's my sister. Now, she comes to the stage, you're going to see her and be wondering, how can Sarah say she's her sister? She doesn't look Liberian. She doesn't even look African. But we're building communities. We're building a new ecosystem. And in here, we are sisters. Katja, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sister. And may I bring on the wonderful panel that you will be meeting? I'll introduce them in a minute. Yep. Thank you very much, sisterhood. So, did you know that small and medium enterprises contribute to 2/3 of the world economy and half of all jobs? And did you know that as of 2019, 36% of SMEs, as they're called, were owned by women, but that only 1 to 2% of startup capital went to women? And did you know that during COVID-19, the gender gap in finance, the gender gap in growth, performance, and all of that just widened? Improving women's economic rights and justice is everybody's business. And now it cannot be business as usual anymore. My name is Katja Iversen. I'm Sarah's sister. And today I'm your moderator and time police. And I have with me an amazing panel of experience, competencies, skills, guts, go-getters, who will share some of their experiences and what they have been through, because we've all been through things. And we've learned, we've listened, and it made us stronger and better. So this panel is called Women-Driven Innovation Drives Economic Growth, because it does. So with me is Kelly Devine. She is the president of the UK and Ireland MasterCard, and Nivruti Rai, who's the head of Intel in India, playing in a very male field, but in a company that has good gender approach. And Shang Guo, who is the founder of Connexio, and has really been through this women-driven innovation and live it every day. We will explore the various efforts and ideas of how we can be better and do more. And the great panel will show how they have been through it and done a lot of the much needed change that we have to do more of. We have 20 minutes, so we'll be fast, furious, and fabulous. And you will hear some of the amazing things and wonderful sound bites that these women will bring. Just a reminder, the social media hashtags are hashtag Reykjavík21, hashtag Power Together. For progress. Because that's exactly what we're doing here in the Reykjavík Global Forum. We're powering together for progress. Let me begin with you, Kelly. MasterCard, you have some amazing programs around women's economic participation. And the company has also spent a lot of time thinking and doing on how best to level the economic playing field. Could you talk about your company's vision and mission to create that economic inclusion, and particularly how it relates to your work with female entrepreneurs?
Yeah, of course. So for those of you who don't know, MasterCard has a mission to include 1 billion people into the financial system. And we've been trying to think about what that means in a market like the UK, where you might take it, you might assume, perhaps, that financial inclusion is really widespread. And when you dig under the surface, you realise that perhaps it's not quite so simple. And so we've set ourselves a target of including 650,000 small businesses. So we decided that's where the gap was, small and micro businesses, and enabling them in the financial economy and in the digital economy. And we did a really interesting study with the Centre of Economic and Business Research. And they showed us, we asked, what's the problem? What's holding companies back, in particular women-led small businesses? What's holding them back? And the first thing they said was digital skills. And then it was funding. And then it was government support, which was kind of a surprise. We assumed it was going to be perhaps the other way around. But digital came right to the top. So we've asked ourselves the question, as a company with that kind of inclusion mission, what can we do to help women-led businesses and minority ethnically owned businesses in particular to be more enabled in digital schools, whether that's tools, skills, mentoring, and that's why we've put that program together. And it's only just started, so we'll be measuring the results. We'll see what success looks like, but it's super exciting.
So you don't go small, 650,000?
Yes.
All right, great.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, and what would success look like for you?
I mean, it's two things. Obviously, equity. You know, fairness, I think, is a pretty important part of any good society. But the opportunity that when you look at the growth that women-led businesses over the next 5 years, small businesses in the UK, £827 billion revenue opportunity, which is just an extraordinary number. So this isn't just like a nice-to-do thing. This is fundamental to the health and growth of the UK economy to help enable women-led businesses to have all the opportunity that they need to be successful.
And if I then take the UK experience and multiply it around the world, if this is 820 billion, what could we get to?
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks. Nivruti, you know, I had the pleasure of watching you on a video, and I have to say my hand just kind of hurt afterwards because it was kind of the leading women. It's a series of videos that has been done for the Reykjavík Global Forum and was also shown at the Generation Equality. But you know, my hand hurt because you had so many beautiful quotes, so now you're going to hear them. But one of the things you said was, that really stuck in my mind, it's about women. If you don't fit into the frame that especially for women people have in their minds, you have to break that frame. And I know that you have lived that saying, but sometimes it's easier said than done. Would you just kind of share your experience there, but also what policies and practices need to be in place? Because we can't have every woman have to break every flame. We need to kind of band together to make the systemic changes one.
Absolutely. So let me start with, you know, the introduction that you gave on me is I work in technology sector, specifically semiconductor design, and anybody who has done engineering knows that semiconductor engineering, analog, digital engineering is very hard. So I have lived with the male-dominated industry, and I was telling Katya, you know, off this stage that I've hit the glass ceiling so many times that, you know, it doesn't seem to exist. I've figured out how to break it time and time again. So breaking the framework is what has become my second nature. There are certain traits associated with women. Oh, women tend to weep, you know, when they are very emotional. Or women are in finance or HR, but they're not in risk-taking fields like engineering or, you know, some of the other areas. So they're not risk takers, they're very emotional, they are not strategic thinkers. A lot of these understanding people have. So what I've done is, rather than, you know, expect that I take a hydrogen and I take an oxygen and make water out of it, see instant result, take breaking of the framework like sowing a seed, nurturing with water, bringing an environment of sunlight, and then you will see your efforts grow into a wonderful tree. So you have to be persistent, continuously look at, you know, how do you break? Can I take risks? Can I show the value of the risks? Can I have a plan B? So if my risk taking fails, I don't fall down to the bottom. I rise and come up with the new idea and work on the new plan. You know, Abraham Lincoln, while you know, many of you are aware of what he has said and done, but he said, I have only failed upwards. I failed for the county, I went for the state. I failed for the state and went for the nation, and I won because every failure taught him. So breaking the framework is persistence. Breaking the framework is belief that you're good at, and breaking the framework is nurturing your idea, your innovation, and continue doing it till you succeed.
And can I just ask?
Yes, please.
On the policies,
yes,
and procedures that you have put in place to really also open the field for more women.
Absolutely.
Tell us about that.
Absolutely. So I'm going to give an example of artificial intelligence. I'm a very strong proponent of artificial intelligence. And again, I believe AI is augmented intelligence. It will never replace your natural intelligence. So let me give you a quick example of what I have done and what I believe needs to be done. If you look at natural intelligence, how do you protect yourself from the natural intelligence that goes berserk? There are terrorists, there are thieves, there are rapists, and everybody. What does the world do? They have a judiciary, they have a police, they have people tracking. Same way AI can introduce bugs, bias, malware, and manipulation. We have to protect ourselves against all of this. So we have to build this into the system and build a platform that ensures that there are, it's protected against bugs, bias, malware, and manipulation. So we as Intel in India have worked towards a white paper for the government. How do we address technologies that can be leveraged against humanity? Build a system of policing, build a system of judiciary. So we have contributed towards that. And we've also leveraged the fact that very many women, by the way, half of the world's people living below poverty line in India, and where can you use technology to advance humanity and test that better than India? So
that is very interesting. You find that the digital skills are what kind of comes on top, and that's one of the things that you help provide.
Yes.
Oh, what an ecosystem we have on stage.
Coming together.
And then we kind of have also the startup. Jean, you have Jean, you started Connexia, and we talk a lot about the most marginalized, and often we talk about them in kind of like they're victims. But I know your experience is, no, they're powerful. And what you have done in Connexia, really upskilling, working with, training women to be leaders. Tell us a little bit about that. And also tell us about what you as an entrepreneur experienced.
Yeah, I think first of all, I'm very, very honored even to be on the stage, to have, to be able to share and learn from everyone else here. I think one of the things that maybe comes from my personal experience was that I feel like I fell into entrepreneurship. I never, really wanted that for my goal, for a 5-10 year horizon, but it was really when I was doing research on a Fulbright scholarship, I was working with refugee and migrant populations for over 2 years on the ground, and what I was realizing was that, back to, what we were talking about of there are a lot of structural barriers, but sometimes what it comes down to is that once we've maybe been able to tackle the frontline barriers about housing and food and shelter, we really need to go further and thinking about skills and jobs. And so I think in the beginning with what I really wanted to go forward and do was think about how do we talk about this famous expression of talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. You have amazing individuals with so much talent all over the world, and sometimes they're not given access to information, they're not given access to network, and they're not given access to opportunity. And so I think the work at Connexio that we really try to do is bridge this digital skills divide, this gap, and really either work ourselves to train, or as we are in the case of in the Global Challenge Women and Girls edition, working with Refugee, an organization focused on refugee women and girls in Kenya on the ground to empower the women there and help them, go further, build livelihood, build their first economic opportunity. And we know that women, they invest, more in the education of their children, more in future generations, and they really are able to build back their communities much faster, much stronger.
Could you tell us a little bit about your own experience as a social entrepreneur? And what support helped you?
I think thinking about it in the beginning was probably thinking about partnerships. I sometimes find myself on odd duck because I was, I'm a Chinese American, but I found myself in France on this Fulbright scholarship. And when I wanted to go further, I realized it was about being able to help those immediately on the ground. And I went through kind of all the barriers in the beginning. For example, to find a computer space, I had kind of poor French. I went to 15 of those centers, 14 of them turned me down. Either because they didn't understand my French or I didn't have money. I found one of those computer centers, the coordinator of that center who gave us the free kind of space. She ended up becoming one of our first students and being able to be hired as a developer later on. So it came back full circle, but I think it was that belief in working really closely with the ecosystem, the partners on the ground. So there was these digital centers and the ecosystem that we work with. There was also a lot of the corporate partners that we worked with with who really helped us either coming through to, provide us mentors with our students to really think about building a complete pathway, not just focusing on technical skills, but knowing to go to full integration. You need to think about also a little bit of the soft skills and think about the right partners to bring in to do that. And then finally, thinking about as we go and we scale, who are the government partners who have leverage and who can really bring a solution to the scale.
That's great, thanks. And kind of just an encouragement to everybody. We all started somewhere, and just take those minutes once in a while to think about who helped get you where you are. Because when I look at this room, we're all privileged.
Yes.
And that also gives us an obligation to pay it both back and forward. So, and luckily somebody paid it forward to you, and of the 15, one opened and said, yeah, come on in. Great, thank you for sharing that. So, so you've also kind of been building this during the COVID pandemic. What challenged you there?
I think there are maybe two big lessons we learned coming out of the COVID pandemic, especially as we work on upskilling, especially as we think about the future of work, and also those who are very vulnerable, is that, this is not a business back to usual. The world post-COVID is such a different one pre-COVID. And so we saw that as a catalyst to really develop, and think about how we can innovate our own training programs. We've, developed more hybrid models where we have more online versus the in-person mix. We've had some quite innovative solutions in different of our centers, whether that's Malawi, whether that's in Kenya, to think about our work and how we can really target and allocate better the time, in the learning modules that we have. So I think it's been this lesson of thinking about how do we, innovate, how do we stay resilient, and I think the second example is thinking about how do we rise to the occasion.
Great, I'll just interrupt you there if I may, because I just want to throw it to you, Niruti and Kelly. When we look at COVID and what the cost have been for women businesses, and not least startups, how do we band together and sustain that? Because the access to capital and all of that, and also the care work that we have seen really take a toll. How do we sustain women businesses at this moment in time? And I'm just going to ask one of them, because then we are going to go into a fast, furious round.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a somewhat of a contrarian view, because while women have lost a lot of jobs, to me it feels like the lull before the storm, a dip before the rise. What I believe is what COVID has taught us, that people can work from anywhere. People don't have to be in campuses. So the women leaving us because of marriage, because of this, because of that, and they had to move to a different city, can work from there. The second thing is with fast adoption of artificial intelligence and automation, industrial robotics, I see women who were lacking in factory settings should be getting jobs in the factories where you had to pick heavy machines. Now a robotic arm is picking it, and everything else can be done by women. Great. So COVID will be the beginning of the acceleration of women into workforce. There had never been.
Let's hope that. I like the optimism.
Yeah.
Okay, a quick round to send everybody, we're not going home yet, but because this is also about making this matter beyond this room and beyond the many hundreds online. What do you want people to go home and do? 30 seconds each. Starting.
I think I'll be very short and sweet. Going back to what you said, Katya, is that I think in the beginning, when you start and create something, there's a lot of doubt. And so I think is to maybe give someone a chance to take the risk on that person and to let them really build and go further in what they want to do for the world.
Great, thank you. Kelly?
One, listen. So go and talk to the people who are in these situations and listen and learn what's really needed. And then I think number two is look at what's already out there. We don't need to be competing with each other. We need to be partnering, complementing, finding the white space that needs to be filled.
Great.
I want to request people, we've built a program called AI for All. It's a 4-hour application on phone. It's a free program. I want all of the political leaders to understand what AI is and the benefits, such that politics and AI and technology can marry such that it can create value for humanity. Do not worry about AI. AI is for health, AI is for education, AI is for accident reduction, and so many other things that you can think of. I want the political leaders to be AI savvy.
That's great.
And I will send you the link, Katya.
Super. And I'm going to ask everybody to use their power and pay it forward, lift other women up, whether it's in funding, whether it's politics, or whether it's just the eye-to-eye, woman-to-woman, girl-to-woman. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today, everyone's eyes are on us as we rise, leading the world not by where it is, but by where change is going.
Underrepresented girls deserve opportunities to finish school.
We all leap forward when one woman tries.
When Black and transgender women learn how to code, it diversifies the IT field everywhere.
When she defies with her rallying cries, here lies, but does not rest, the best of tested women.
Our students are living proof of the power of education and employment for women.
Who call us all to rise. When she rises, we all rise.
I'm so glad we found the video. We looked and we found. So fantastic. If you listen to the past conversation just now, and thank you, Katya and panel, for such a fantastic conversation. But if you listen very well, there was a lot of conversation about innovation, yes. We heard a lot about artificial intelligence. And I recently learned from Forbes, well, no name dropping, but those people, yeah. I learned from them. So it's not my own research. But even artificial intelligence, if women don't occupy that space in terms of the algorithm and training artificial intelligence, the way decisions are made and the way AI thinks will be based on the way men think. I never knew that. So there's a lot for us to do. So beyond using AI is making sure AI reflects you. Does AI think like you? Would AI respond the way you would respond? And that's only going to happen if we train it with your voices and with your thoughts. Like I said earlier, we have to disrupt it. In order to flip the script, we're going to have to just flip it. And when we flip it, we're going to innovate it. There's someone who is a world leader, who's not a woman, but he's done fantastically for our efforts. The president of Spain, who happens to be also a Reykjavík Global Forum co-chair for 2021. President Pedro Sánchez and his team have ensured that not only are they equal with those who have, the 13 countries of the world who have 50% women in their cabinet, he surpassed it. He disrupted it. He flipped it. There's 66%. I think that deserves a little bit of applause, right? 66%. Yay, Spain. And over to the man who has made that possible.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the Prime Minister of Iceland, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, for inviting me to participate in this forum, which I consider to be essential given the current circumstances. This edition of the forum takes place in the context of the health, economic and social emergency caused by COVID-19, a crisis that has demonstrated the importance of those who have been on the front lines of responding to the pandemic. Women represent approximately 70% of healthcare staffers in the world and comprise a majority in care homes for the elderly. And in sectors like retail, food provision and cleaning that were essential during the hard months of the struggle against the virus. During the lockdown, women who were victims of sexist violence faced a double threat: the virus itself and having to live with their abusers. And finally, the crisis revealed the true importance of care when it comes to sustaining a dignified life. The turbulent times of COVID-19 have shown that women-led society, first of all, from the sometimes invisible roles they occupy within it, and also from the courage with they face the greatest challenges. Therefore, it continues to be unacceptable that women are underrepresented in positions of political, scientific, or economic leadership. There are thousands of women who play a decisive role and yet who do not occupy the position they deserve because we still live in a world constructed predominantly from a male perspective. History reminds us that the majority of women who managed to become national leaders did so in developing countries, and that they reached these positions in moments of instability, which condemned them inevitably to spend less time in the job. It is clear that women still face many obstacles when it comes to carrying out their political leadership or to reaching positions of great responsibility in organizations of all kinds. Obstacles that have to do with how political parties are structured, with the economic and social context, or simply with the discrimination that women face for their mere fact of being women, for their sexual orientations or for their age. I am proud to preside a government that is formed by more women than men, a government that has become a world benchmark in gender parity, with 3 women as vice presidents and 11 as ministers. I know that real equality goes beyond the composition of a government, but I believe that many girls, the women of the future, need inspiration and role models that can help them build their life project without limits. According to a United Nations report from August 2021, it could take 130 years to achieve gender equality in politics. The world cannot afford leaving out 50% of its population. We have to act. Equality is a task that demands permanent dedication from us, in terms of legislation, of course, but also when it comes to teaching and providing examples. We have to break down the glass ceilings that still exist and develop public policies that have a clear gender perspective in order to truly change our society. The government of Spain understands this and acts accordingly. We live in a rapidly changing world, but we still bear a historic responsibility, which is recognizing the transformative power of women's leadership. Because overcoming the great challenges that lie ahead, starting with the climate emergency, will only be possible thanks to transformed leadership. We not only need more women in positions of power, but also for power to be exercised from a feminist perspective. As Michelle Bachelet said, when a woman enters politics, the woman changes. But when many women enter politics, politics change. This is what we need for politics to change, for power to be shared horizontally with more diverse teams so that fairer public policies can be applied. Only with feminist leadership and the equal participation of women in political, economic and social life will our countries achieve the transformations that they require. I'm sure that this forum will help to achieve these goals. Thank you very much from Madrid.
Thank you to the leader of Spain. And this is a clear reminder of the fact that it's about women taking that space, but women can't do it alone. The women and the men need to join hands together to make sure that space is created for women. If 50% is occupied by men, it means that 50% of what that space can be is missing. Am I correct? And if it's missing, we have to fill it. And that's how we have to think about it. Many men think that when you talk about women empowerment and women leadership, it's about taking something away from them. But it's really about adding value and increasing it. And that's what we're talking about. So whether it's your economy, whether it's about infrastructure, whether it's about social services, it's about increasing leadership in that particular space. And I know with the women in this room, those online, if all of us are together in this move towards action, powering together for progress, I continue to say it, this world will be a better place. And I told you this morning, more women as ministers of defense will have less wars. So think about it. Right now, we're going to have Amy Weaver. Amy is the president and CFO of Salesforce, and she's going to be talking to us about sustainable operations. And we have a video from Amy that will be airing now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amy Weaver, President and Chief Financial Officer at Salesforce, and I'm thrilled to be here with you today, if only virtually, to open up this incredibly important and timely session. I also want to say congratulations to Silvana and the entire WPL team for pulling together such an amazing event. At Salesforce, we believe that business can be a powerful platform for change. We try to leverage our technology, our innovation, our people, our partnerships, and our influence to try to improve the state of the world. Now, climate change, of course, is one of the most pressing crises we face as a planet, and each one of us has a responsibility to play a role in finding a solution. Salesforce has been on a sustainability transformation journey for over a decade. Our core values, trust, customer success, innovation, and equality, are inextricably linked to how we think and what we do around climate change. In fact, when I became CFO, one of the first moves I made was to create an executive vice president position reporting directly to me that is focused on working with internal and external groups to determine and agree upon the right financial and other metrics to measure ESG. This helps us to agree and to really effectively measure and see change. As a company, Salesforce plays a meaningful role in creating a sustainable low-carbon future for all. This includes achieving net zero across our entire value chain, helping our customers track and reduce their emissions through Salesforce Sustainability Cloud, and by tapping into the full power of Salesforce and all of our employees to support and mobilize the conservation, restoration, growth of at least 100 million trees by 2030. In addition, earlier this year, we also unveiled our sustainability exhibit. This adds requirements to new contracts with suppliers to set science-based targets to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and to deliver products and services on a carbon-neutral basis. As you heard last week during COP26, and now more than ever, it is of vital importance for businesses to become climate advocates. We're facing irreparable harm to our planet, and we need businesses not only to use their influence, but also to use their core competencies and rapid innovation to create solutions that will tackle climate change. As I said before, we believe business can be a powerful platform for change, and we want to raise business ambition and inspire others to accelerate climate action. Everyone, governments, communities, investors, businesses, individuals, we all have a critical role to play, and we must step up to this challenge and work together. The time to act is clearly now. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, Amy. You know, when I was preparing for this event yesterday, just kidding, I did more preparation than that. But seriously though, I learned about a woman I hadn't heard about before, Wangari Maathai. She won a Nobel Peace Prize in 2004. And at that time, prior to 2004, she was planting trees. And some people thought she was crazy because she thought that planting trees would be a way of her demonstrating a non-violent action about sustainability and stability in Africa. Reforestation. The perception of everybody was, she must be crazy. How can trees make a difference in that regard? She planted 30 million trees, plus. Nobody has the actual number of trees, but some accounts say 50 million trees, some say 30 million trees. Between 30 to 50 million trees she planted over a 30-year period. She won a Nobel Peace Prize. And those who were the naysayers today realize that the perception was wrong. She was right all along. And Amy is now talking about 100 million trees. Perception. Wrong perception based on wrong knowledge leads to dysfunction. We have to disrupt wrong perceptions. Perceptions of me and perceptions of you. So to talk to us about perceptions right now, we have Emma Beckman, the president of EMEA, Lander, and Fitch. Emma.
Thank you. I think, like everybody else who's been on the stage before me over the last 24 hours, I've got the problem of where to stand and who to look at. So I'm going to stand still and I'm going to apologise to anybody who's looking at my back. So, Lander & Fitch is the world's leading brand and design agency, and we've been huge supporters of your cause. In my role as EMEA president, I'm also a member of the global leadership team, and I'm proud to report that not only do we have a female CEO who is fabulous, we also have gender equality across the board. Thank you. I'm personally also honoured and humbled to be invited to be part of this conversation with you over the last 2 days. And what I'm going to share over the next 3 to 4 minutes are really just some observations from our studios around the world about the visual language of female power and how that's perceived. When we talk about visual language, we mean very broadly the way that something is perceived and represented in all its visual facets. This can include semiotics, signs, symbols, significations, images, photos. It's also visual behaviours, it's gestures, it's tics. It can also be the clothes that we choose to wear, or it can be the brands that we choose to surround ourselves with. In short, it's really the picture that we conjure up in our heads when we think about something or someone. We came to Reykjavík in 2019, actually, to the forum to talk about this very topic. But like everything in 2019, it seems like a lifetime ago. And whilst the data that we saw yesterday from Kantar Public and from Michelle told a very sobering story in terms of how much we have or haven't moved on since then, we are seeing some potential shifts in the visual language of power, and this may give us some hope for optimism. So that's what I'd really like to share with you today. 2 years ago, we conducted a study across our studio and our networks globally to really inform our perspective of the visual language of power. And as you can see here, it was universally dark, it was hard, it was male. It was full of masculine notes. Not one of our studios shared a picture that included a female image. The picture looked the same from San Francisco to Shanghai, from Milan to Moscow. When we went back and asked the same people the question, what does female power look like? The picture was very different. And you can see here the differences across the regions and geographies really represents the different stages of the journey that we're on towards gender equality. But when we put it all together, and look at the visual portrait of female power, there were some common themes. Above all, you can see a picture that is colourful, it's diverse, but it's also very optimistic as well. And effectively, what we saw is that it turned out that the Spice Girls had been right all along. Or so we thought. Whilst we believe that a lot of that still holds true, we are starting to see some shifts post-Me Too, post-Black Lives Matter, post-pandemic. Notions of what it means to be powerful are changing around the world, for men and for women. And I reached out to some of our leaders in the global network and beyond, and we observed a consistent message. One male leader told us in many ways post-pandemic power is taking on female traits. Another told us the shift from boss to coach that happened during the pandemic transformed leadership in a way that really leans on traditionally female traits. And we can see this emerging new portrait in pop culture today. Take Billy Porter, for example, in a dress at the Oscars talking openly about being HIV positive. Or Vitalik Buterin, the Gen Z creator of Ethereum, the cryptocurrency that's just received US approval, in his lovely rainbow and unicorn t-shirt. Or the British Olympian diver Tom Daley proudly doing his knitting in Tokyo because it helped him manage his mental health and improve his performance in a stressful situation. Which led us to the question, is there a new portrait of power emerging? So we went back and we asked the question again to our studios around the world. And this is what I'd just like to finish with, the picture that they came back to us this time round. It's the boldness to show the unvarnished truth. Alicia Keys hasn't worn makeup publicly and won't do indefinitely going forward. It's the resilience not only to get back up, but to make waves. Think of Malala, who was not only almost fatally wounded, but she went on to study at Oxford University, and she's a powerful voice in the battle for female education, empowerment, and power. It's the determination to defy preconceptions. Think of Obiageli Mohammed, the first Muslim American, to not only wear a hijab competing at the Olympics, but also won a medal competing for the United States in the Olympics. It's also the courage to challenge convention. The Iranian women who started the My Stealthy Freedom movement and continue to participate in that today, which oppose the compulsory wearing of headscarves. It's the conviction that consideration and consensus beats command and control, something that Angela Merkel has been artfully demonstrating to us for the last 15 years plus. But finally, it's also the humility to understand the potency of the collective. We are stronger together than we are divided. Power is inherently collaborative, and the potency is found in the collective. So if I put all of this together, what do we see today? Is this a new era for power? Is it the antidote to the crisis? Who knows? I don't think we'll know until we continue with the hard work and the journey that we're on. But I do believe personally that we must capitalize on where we are at the moment and resist the temptation to revert to the norm. But most importantly, I believe that we need to stop calling what I've just described female power. It's power, and it's power that is hopefully gender neutral, inspired by women. And let's hopefully see further shifts towards that this time next year. Thank you.
The presentation and the points were so powerful. And what I take away is the power and the potency of the collective. It starts from the family level, and Silvana doesn't know that impacted me when I arrived here on Monday. But I saw Silvana here with her daughters. I saw power. I saw generational power. That's what I saw when I saw her here with her daughters. And they were all doing different things around the forum. And I just went, wow. That's not going to end with Silvana. It's going to go some generations down. Potency of the collective. All of us here together in this room power in this collective. And what's that space that you occupy where you can carry that power to create that potency? Solutions together. And that is why we're going to be calling up Jennifer Blanc. Get out your telephones, by the way. Whether it's an iPhone, whatever the phone is. I won't call the names of the phones. Whatever your phone is, and if you know your phone doesn't have a name, it's okay too. Just get out your phones. It's okay if it's a no-name brand. Don't worry about it. Once it works, get it out, prepare it, and over to Jennifer for the phones.
Thank you, Sarah. And I will be facing on top of going after a perception session, so I will try not to feel self-conscious as I am putting my back to everyone. But I will try to move so that not everybody has my back at the same time. So as Sarah just mentioned, this is about solutions. And as Emma just mentioned, we have power when we are together, right? So I don't know about you guys, but I am super inspired by the last couple of days because we are facing a world of great challenges, and yet I have heard no session, no discussion here today that hasn't been coming up with very concrete solutions to those challenges. And so what are we going to do with that? I mean, it clearly shows that women need to be at the table. Women need to be at the decision-making table because it creates better policies, better business outcomes, better everything. So imagine if we could bottle that. Imagine if we could bottle that solution-oriented perspective that we've seen over the last couple of days and take it with us. Take it with us wherever we go. That's what the Global Solutions Survey is about. And the reason that we're asking you to take out your phones, and I do apologize, there's going to be a long URL that you'll have to fill in. We're going to actually do some polling just to get a sense of this. So first of all, why do we even need a Global Solutions Survey? And this is something that's about to hit your inboxes, so pay attention, please. And not the survey answers, the survey itself, because we want to know what you think. Lots of challenges, lots of opportunities for solutions, we know, and yet a world of limited resources. We need to develop a consensus about what among all of these solutions we should actually be focusing on. So we need a survey that will actually look at women's perspectives. Now, I know, because I used to run a research department, I was responsible for something called the Global Risks Report. There are lots of things out there that tell us what the challenges are, often designed by men, but not only. And, you know, it's time for us to start focusing on solutions, guys. So no survey exists that we have seen that captures women leaders' perspectives on the solutions at hand. We know lists of solutions, but what should we focus on? So if we can come up with a consensus among ourselves, at least as the group of the WPL network, right, the Reykjavík Global Forum network, then we will be able to build forward better. Now, this particular survey that's going to be landing in your inboxes very soon, it will not cover the entire universe, and guys, please, it won't take a long time to fill out, and I'm talking to all of you online too, please. We're only going to focus on 3 key areas, okay? 3 areas where this unique, diverse perspective of women can let us know what they think we should be prioritizing, both in terms of what are the most impactful solutions out there, but also what are the most viable, right? There can be great things that would work. There's a lot of things I'm interested in terms of carbon capture, but are they viable in the short term? And we're looking now, we'll look at this time at 3 SDGs that are close to my heart, which are climate action, reduced inequalities, and basically everything around security and institutions. And we will expand this over time, right? Because we're also going to have some open questions to say what's missing. Now, what will we be able to do with this? It will not be a be-all and end-all. It's going to be the beginning of a conversation. What we'll be able to do, because for the same set of solutions, we're going to ask about potential impact and implementation, we'll be able to map them. This might look like some challenges or risks survey data that you've seen, but this will be on solutions. And so the idea is, if we can map out what are those solutions, in terms of impact and implementation, easy to implement, if we look at those things on the upper right-hand corner, we can at least say women leaders from our network are perhaps saying that that's the area we might want to focus on in the next 3 to 5 years. And by the way, We should be able to break this down by region because we know that it will be different in different places. We can break it down by whether it's a business leader, whether it's a government leader, whether it's civil society, academia. And we will expand it over time. This will give us an incredible data set over time. So, okay, now, guys, gals, we need to type in exactly what it says there. If it brings you to the Menti website, it won't work because for technical reasons. So you need to put the exact URL that is there. And there are people going around, colleagues from WPL, to make sure that you're able to put it in. So first of all, while we're doing that, how many people here feel that they might have some solutions in their brain to some of the challenges that we've been talking about? Can I just see a show of hands? We don't actually need to do a survey for that. Oh, come on, guys. I think everybody here has solutions, right? I know you're focusing right now on filling this in. Are people getting it? Is it a 0 or O? It's an O, lowercase. So it is menti.com / or / actually, CAGA 6 QO or Q of 95. Once I have enough of those, we'll start. And this is lighthearted. This should just be fun. So somebody let me know from the team when I can reveal. Have people been able to more or less do it? Okay. Can we see the results? Okay. So which global challenges do you think you have concrete solutions for? I think it's not surprising, given the topics here, that, well, first of all, people feel that they have solutions across everything, but achieving equality between women and men, most certainly. Right? So, and it's popping and changing as we go along. Now what we're going to do is we will then do a deep dive into that one where most people feel that they have a solution. Okay? So can we see the next question? Please load the next question. Okay, everybody, it should now be on your screen. Just pick the top 3 solutions that you think would have the most significant impact. Now we're just looking at impact, not implementability. Just impact in achieving equality between women and men. Here we go. We're going to watch the results come in. This is kind of fun. You know? I mean, look, it's the second day of the conference, which has been very energetic, and everybody's like post-lunch, so so we can kind of see. So the choices are quotas for women in leadership, equal pay for equal work, financial support for women entrepreneurs, quality and accessible childcare, access to sexual and reproductive health services, gender equitable educational system, and equal property and inheritance rights. None of those are rocket science things. You know, I mean, we basically know what the potential solutions are. However, we do know that in some cases, they would be more of an important solution in a certain environment than another. Okay, so I think we're getting to the results. So we're seeing equal pay for equal work, something very important, I think. For all the effort that we're making, I would hope that we would get equal remuneration. A lot of fans for quotas. That's quite interesting. You know that sometimes people say that this might be creating distortions, but indeed we see that, so we feel it could be very important. Quality and accessible childcare. Now that one is something that would be important to look at across different regions, because I know as I've lived in Africa for some time, that wouldn't be the big issue necessarily, but that's more of an advanced country thing. But access to finance, really critical. And so on and so forth. So we don't need to go into all the details, but I think you're getting a feeling. This is what the women in this room, leaders by definition and also online, are finding to be among the top solutions. Now, this isn't, again, a be-all and end-all. This is a start of a conversation about where we might focus over the next few years, and especially after we map that against the implementability, we will have some really interesting information. We're going to be doing it on the 3 other topics that I mentioned, and if we can just go back to the slides, please. We're almost at the end. So, please, this is a way for us to make our voices heard. We are hearing each other here. This is an incredible environment right now of trust and also where we have been able to exchange at a very deep level. Let us take that, let us distill it into this survey that will then be a report, and so it will be basically arriving in your inboxes, I would say, in the next couple of weeks. We're going to keep it as simple as possible so it doesn't take you a long time. But if you do this, it will be feeding in, it'll be the very first of its kind, and it is something we will do on an annual basis after that. So please do this. We are very excited about it. We are going to make ourselves heard. We are going to bottle up all of the energy, and we're going to take it with us wherever we are. So thank you very much, and I hope that you have an excellent rest of the discussion. Bye.
Thank you, Jennifer. And fundamental to everything we're talking about is we don't see problems. We see challenges, and we find what? Solutions. Wherever somebody says there's a problem, you tell them there's a challenge, and that challenge is an opportunity to give a viable solution, a solution that will help us to build forward differently. What we had before has to be disrupted. We have to flip it, and to do that, we have to innovate it. That is necessary in every space, including education. All we're talking about here is that if women aren't educated, if women don't have access to education, if education isn't inclusive, all of this we're talking about, it's not possible. Education is fundamental. And our next conversation is going to dig a little bit into that. And we're going to be calling on Dirk Luton, NC Gender Initiative, to please come up and take the stage and introduce his panel. They'll be looking a little bit deeper into inclusive education, but really it's about leading together, and the role that education plays in that. I see all eyes are still on me. We're going to start shifting our eyes to them. I know I'm beautiful, but let's look at them as well.
You are beautiful.
Thank you.
Welcome to this conversation. In reflecting on setting the stage here, I was kind of thinking of the words we've heard over the last 2 days. And actually, I realized the word education did come up frequently. We even heard about skill development, online certifications, continuous learning, building forward better. And the strongest one was yesterday online, said, nobody should be left behind. And here on the screen, as we were waiting, the third action was about education. So it's a great pleasure for me to have Buge and Aparna with us to reflect on how we, as a group, can build more inclusive academic institutions. Aparna, please present yourself very shortly.
Thank you, Dirk, and thank you to WPL and RGF for having me here. So I do, like many people in this room, I wear a number of hats, and for today's purpose and for this panel's purpose, I'd like to talk about my role as a visiting faculty member at a university called the Anant National University in Gujarat in India. So I teach a class there, or a postgrad class called the Fellowship of the Built Environment, and it's a very diverse class. It's everyone from first-generation learners to people who are actually already architects and designers. So we have the challenges of dealing with these very different group of people, and then we can talk about what that means for inclusivity. So that's briefly my background. I also mentor EdTech startup for adolescent girls, and we can talk about that too.
Thank you, Aparna. Buge.
Yep, my name is Professor Buge Apampa. I'm currently the Dean for Institutional Equity at the University of East London. But like many people here, I've had a variety of careers. I'm still a registered pharmacist, and I was a pharmacy educator for many years. I was director of pharmacy at the University of Sussex. The focus of my work actually started from when I was at my previous university, when the Office for Students, the university regulator for the universities in England, their first strategic objective was that all students from all backgrounds who have the ability and the desire to undertake higher education should be supported to access, succeed, and progress into high-skilled jobs. But the data from the universities in England shows that there's a discrepancy in terms of, yes, we're very successful in access, particularly for the modern post-92 universities, so through the widening participation initiative. But we haven't got equity of outcomes, because if you look like me, or if you're disabled, or if you are care experienced, or if you're a mature student, you're less likely to get a good degree, and therefore less likely to get into a professional job.
Super starting point, Buge. Unfortunately, you will have noticed that Rangita, who was also part of the conversationists, has not been able to join us today. We'll make up for it. We'll try to make up for it, the three of us. So as a first question, let's think about learning. Is it about information transmission? Is it about building a development relationship with our students? How has actually the student interaction with us, academic institutions, changed during the pandemic? Aparna.
I'll take a moment to answer that question, Dirk. I wonder if you know that actually in Sanskrit, there are 6 types of teachers. So you start off, the basic teacher is just somebody who gives information, as you mentioned, but then there's somebody who gives information and knowledge, there's somebody who gives skills, then in addition to that, there's somebody who provides insight, then there's someone who would give vision, and finally there is the guru, which is the word I think we're all familiar with, who's somebody who's really invoking wisdom in the student. Now, if you take this journey, it's really a question of being inclusive and being, you can only invoke wisdom in someone if you yourself are able to be at a stage where you're being inclusive. But to do that, you have to be very conscious of the bias that you have with you as an educator. So when I'm in the classroom, I have to be really careful about the things that you just talked about, Boge, about the fact that you might have equal access and people coming in, but the outcomes may not be the same. So I think this consciousness of bias is a big first step towards building an inclusive education. And when it comes to the pandemic, I think it becomes even more important because you realize that not everyone has the same access to internet. I've had students who are in rural parts of India who are trying to struggle for internet while they are, while their counterparts might be having much better internet. So just simple things like that, that if you're conscious of in terms of making sure that, these kind of issues can get addressed as far as possible, they are center stage when it comes to inclusive learning.
Thank you, Aparna. Bugi, how do you read this?
You asked about learning, and for me, learning is not about memorization. It's about students being enabled, supported to actually take their prior learning and integrate it with new knowledge in order to be able to solve problems. So it's a metacognitive sort of process that they have to go through. But I always say to people that there are 3 things that fundamentally impact on student learning. You have to get those things right first before they can actually engage with real learning. And it's about the organizational culture, how you make them feel. Because Maya Angelou, and I'm going to paraphrase her, she says, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And my experience of student learning is that when you care, particularly students who face intersectionalities of ethnicity, deprivation, and whatever it is, when you show that you care, you'll find that you can engage them better. So the culture matters, the everyday norms of behavior, because when you think about universities, they're a microcosm of society. So where there are biases, prejudices in society, and I'm talking about the UK here, it comes into the university. So the culture matters, but also the capital the student comes in, and because there are different types of capital, but first of all, linguistic. When you're teaching and you use idioms, if English is not my first language, I wouldn't understand what you're saying. Also, navigational capital. How do you do university? Because a lot of students do not have academic capital. They just come in, pick any course, whatever course you've admitted them for, they just think that's what I'm meant to be doing because they haven't got the support to pick the right course for them. Not everybody has that academic capital or even cultural capital, as it's called. So capital, culture, and the last thing is color. And when I say color, I mean representation. The fastest growing demographic in UK higher education in terms of students are the ethnic minority students, as they call them. Though I would say to you, we're the global ethnic majority, really. But when you look at the leadership of the university, or you look at the people who teach, majority of them do not look like me. And yet these students have to engage with a curriculum that's mostly Eurocentric in front of people who don't look like them. And so they get that stereotype threat. You get the biases that is common to all of us. I've got my biases, but I also understand about learning, meaningful learning. You have to make that student comfortable because, as has been said, the brain is an invisible classroom. When they feel anxious, you activate the adrenal cortex, and then you have adrenaline and all cortisol floating around, and mind closes, and they can't learn and do as much as they can. Whereas when they're in a good place with dopamine floating around in their brains, they're able to open up, learn more, do more, build resilient resources. And so that's the message I give out to people in my role as Dean of Institutional Equity, because student success is a component of my role.
Wow, we're hearing biases at work, different roles, we're hearing representation. Actually, can we build on the point that you mentioned about who you see in front of you? We definitely, as academic institutions, can be more inclusive when it comes to our teachers. Who is teaching? What kind of workforce do we actually have? The pandemic has opened lots of opportunities. Aparna, how do you see that we are now maybe able to revolutionize who teaches?
Yeah, we have started this interesting program called Wonder Girls when it comes to talking about, who teaches. It's a digital program for adolescent girls where we bring in role models for them. We get them to do peer networking. We get them to have access to internships. We get them to do leadership projects. So this world has opened up because of the pandemic. I don't think that this kind of program, students would have been open to it, 2 years ago of this kind of online learning. And also the role models that we've gotten to teach the students and to inspire them may not also have been willing to, have shared their time. So some things maybe, some sort of blessing has come about, at least in this EdTech kind of space. And we're finding that this is a program that we do for profit. We also have a non-profit equivalent that we've been doing for some time. And I think that there's a lot of traction that can be built in terms of who these girls see as if she can see it, she can be it. That's the idea that we really have underlining this program. So it's one of the positive outcomes of what we've had to go through over the last 2 years.
So entirely new people showing up, actually helping these girls developing to somebody wonderful.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the academic teacher alone.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
Bulge, what's your take on who we will be teaching with?
Sorry, just to interrupt, but even the university where I teach, I didn't teach, I wasn't an educator before I became this visiting faculty. So they brought in a lot of professionals. I think many universities, especially in the design space, have a practice of having practitioners come in and teach. So I think that's another very positive outcome.
I think I was at a session yesterday where they were talking that you should lead with data. And so let me tell you about the UK data in terms of the professoriate. There's about 23,000 professors in the UK. Out of that, 155 are black. And I'm one of the 35 black female professors, 35 out of 23,000. And I'll say to you, who are the gatekeepers of opportunity? Who decides on what excellence is? Who is the one that decides what ability is? And these are courageous questions that I would say we should ask. But I would also say that University of East London, not because they're my employers, their data is better than the national average, because the national average for UK professoriate is 0.7% are black women like me. Whereas in my university, we're about 2%. The vice-chancellor is a white lady, but she's got some Middle Eastern sort of heritage. And the chair of the board of governors is a black Nigerian woman. So yes, there's inclusivity. Though we have to understand what inclusivity means. And I want to just go back onto that, which is about being able to bring your true self to work, being able to speak from your soul and be who you are. Not being afraid to speak, as Audre Lorde says. If you're afraid to speak, So if you speak, you're afraid that people cannot hear you or your words are not welcomed. But if you don't speak, you're still afraid. So I'm never afraid. I speak. I'm very courageous, and I tell people it's not acceptable because you're denying students the opportunity to be mentored, to be role modeled by people who look like them, who can tell you about the curriculum. This curriculum is it's not accessible because everything there is all about Europe and the ascendancy of Europe. What about Africa? Who teaches them about the majestic African kingdoms of before the European Renaissance? Who does that? And so then you think about the staff, the academic staff, who perhaps don't get hired for whatever reason because they say, oh, the pipeline. That's not true. I can tell you that's not true. And then you think about promotions. Why are they not getting promoted? I don't accept that. I really do not accept that there's nothing we can do. But I also recognize that the university represents UK society. So yes, inclusion, like I always say to people, is like a marathon. We will get there, but we have to remember that the fastest growing demographic are the ethnic minority students. And I'll give you further data. 2% of UK academy, the academics, are black. 2% are black. I think it's about perhaps 12% are Asian, or maybe 10%, and then the rest are white, pretty much. Nearly 80% are white. Nothing wrong with that. I know it's a white country, but I will say to you that London, where my university is 40% diverse. Think about, my university has 70% students of the global ethnic majority, so non-white students, 70%. Who is teaching them? How can they engage? How can they feel comfortable? If you're not comfortable, how are you going to learn? How would you learn? I learned very well because I did my first degree in Nigeria because I'm Nigerian, and I developed my sense of self, my identity securely rooted in who I am. But I've seen young ones growing up in the UK, and I can see the impact of the subliminal things that go on, which you can't quite articulate. And that leads to the gaps we see in success, where in a particular university, not mine is actually one of the better ones, there's a 40% gap. If you're white, 40% more likely to get a first or a 2-1 and walk into a job in a top company. And then the non-white students then end up going to work in McDonald's. Not that there's anything wrong with McDonald's, but those are jobs they can get.
Wow. I think we've just probably heard the biggest challenge and where the biggest opportunity is. We should probably completely turn around the thought about who is a professor and who is a candidate professor. And actually, all of us here in the room, I invite you to see yourselves as potential something, developers of talent. And if this room would actually be the academics of a university, we would be wonderfully diverse in the moment of teaching. To close this down very practically, Aparna, can you just give an example of how in your daily teaching, the hybrid teaching on and offline, the one thing you do there to make it more engaging, attracting?
I think the very important thing is equal airtime for students. I make it a practice that for even something like peer review, we make sure all the students get to read out their essays. It's not just the good students, or it's not just people who are struggling. It's actually everyone, and everyone has to comment on it. So I think making sure that people are engaged. We do a lot of role plays, quizzes, TED-style talks, anything just to get the students more engaged and getting them to interact. Because I even have to struggle with things like, whether they keep their cameras on. I don't even know half the time if they're online. So I'm sure anybody who's been an educator in today's environment has to deal with all of these things.
Thank you, Aparna. Equal airtimes for everybody, the onlines and the offlines. One thing you do in the hybrid environment to make it more inclusive, Buge?
I would say you have to be prepared. You can't assume that you need to know who your students are, because I always advocate for a student-ready approach. So you have to ensure that all students have digital access to your provision, because you'd be surprised. There are students who can't even afford data. You have to be sure that your equipment works. You have to make sure that you have a facilitator who's able to keep track of the online audience, because in my university we have what we call dual delivery 2.0, so face-to-face teaching, which is what most students want, but also online delivery at the same time for those who perhaps don't have the capital to get a bus to come to university, or they've got carrying responsibilities, or whatever. Because the 21st century student is quite different from the 20th century. You need to know who they are and what their issues are. And so you have to make sure you're prepared, because there's nothing as demoralizing as running a session in which the students online are not able to engage at the same time with the students who are face-to-face with you, and you're both frustrated. So it's preparedness is key.
Thank you very much, Boge and Aparna. It seems like we're about to revolutionize how we can contribute to building back better. All of you are potential talent developers that care for whoever is out there and give them sufficient airtime and be innovative. Thank you very much for this conversation, Boge. Thank you very much, Aparna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My delight to be here. Thank you.
I don't know about you, but that conversation had me almost falling off my chair. All I kept seeing when I saw her was 1 out of 35, out of over 23,000. Dismal is not a good enough word. I can't even think of the word to describe that piece of data. And that's why evidence matters. If you haven't measured it, you haven't done it. She spoke with the evidence. The evidence says that we need more professors in universities around the world that look like the people they're teaching. Obviously, we need it in the UK, sorry, but everywhere. But I think for me and for all of us in this room and those online who are listening, we never imagined that you would have only 35 Black, African mixture of professors out of 23,000 that are female. You know, I was saying to someone recently, there was a conversation about me stepping forward for something, and I was saying I didn't want to do that because if I do that, it might come across as if, because I'm an African, or I'm an African woman. And that person was a man, and thank you to him. If he's listening, he knows himself. A Caucasian man. And he said to me, Sarah, disabuse yourself of that mindset. He said to me, you are an African who happens to be a talented woman. And that's why you're called out. And I said to him, thank you. Because something over time has made me think that I must step back. But this is a time for women, whether you're white, you're black, you're brown, whether you're short or you're tall, you're slender or you're plump, whatever your shape, whatever your size, whatever your tongue, your ethnicity, your language, rise up. This is your time. The conversation starts here and you start to take your space. It's your time. It's your time. No longer will we step back, we have to step forward. No longer will we sit and watch, we have to walk and let people watch us from behind. No longer. The conversation about how we do that, it starts here and it continues tomorrow. We're going to go for an energy break. But before we go, we're going to play a song, and those online won't hear the song because of all the things we have to do around that. But I will tell you what the song says. It says, I praise you. I celebrate you. We've come a long, long way. There was a time when women couldn't vote. We've come a long, long way. There was a time when people said women only belong in the kitchen. We've come a long, long way. There was a time when we didn't have women engineers. We've come a long, long way. And for women who have taken the space, I praise you. Ta-da! If you're looking there, I'm here. I switched it up. We multitask, right? we disrupt, we flip, and then we innovate, right? So I did it differently. I came up here to join Verlene, who's going to be doing our next fireside chat, and she will introduce to you our guest. But I wanted to say something before I do that as I walk off this stage, is to say that we're connecting the dots. These conversations are to connect the pieces. Everything from taxes to budgeting to social impact, programs, policies. It's about sustainability, innovation, economic growth. You can't have growth without inclusion, and you can't have inclusion without growth. Over to you, Verlene.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarah. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this second session. We're joined today by Dr. Obi, who's a groundbreaking woman leader, well known, of course, in Africa, Nigeria, and globally. Dr. Obi, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you.
Pleasure. Lovely to see you, Kat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obi. With deep appreciation for you for joining us. I understand you are under a very tight timeline, so we're going to make sure that we go to the questions and get your insights and spirits for today. So we just are convening today at the same time as the COP26. When it comes to, given your vast political experience, do you think the leaders attending COP26 are acting with the urgency needed to tackle the climate crisis? What are your thoughts about it?
Well, I think that they evidently are not. And we have some 2 billion Gen Zs saying exactly that. If you have followed the COP in Glasgow, you would see that the kind of urgency that the young ones are demanding is not anywhere close to what you see inside the formal rooms where these conversations are held. You would think that the two groups, they belong to different planets. And so that says to us that there is an urgency that is not attending to the way that politicians and policymakers are processing the necessary measures that we need, whether in terms of mitigation and in terms of adaptation, and the kind of tough choices that we have to make in order to really drive an agenda that gets to the root of the problem. Mm-hmm. And I think that part of that conversation is about the trade-offs in leadership, right? Leadership trade-offs can scare people into just focusing on the short and immediate terms without thinking that what we consider the next millennium is already on us. I remember when we kept saying in the millennium, by the millennium, and then it came, and it's 21 years since that time. And there are many things that we should have addressed that we haven't addressed simply because people are not prepared to pay the political price. Mm-hmm. There is a political cost to addressing the climatic variabilities that we face, and politicians have to pay it, which is why it falls on citizens to compel them to do so. And I don't think that citizens are well acting in a concerted frame as much as possible. Mm-hmm. If you ask me for a solution, it would be that the women groups are not seeing the benefit of connecting to our children. Our children, the Gen Zs, my goodness, that's such a fierce group of people. They are such incredible advocates, and we would do well to see a meeting point between the issues that matter to us and what they are driving for.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obi. You've already started touching upon how do we move forward. So now the question, how do we make sure that we bring together Gen Z and the current sitting global leaders to make sure that we can action and translate all the policies into concrete results? What would be your path forwards, perhaps two, 3 steps that we could actionate?
So number one thing for me is that, look, democracy is in decline. So democratic institutions are not as responsive as they should be. We need to know that all of the international agreements and would need to have domestic ownership and legitimacy. And for as long as democratic institutions are not responsive to citizens, it's harder for them to respond even to international resolutions and international obligations. So what is it that we as women can do with the younger ones? The median age in my continent, for example, is 18 years. And that coincides with the age of voting in most of the democracies. But how have we used that number effectively as women to sort of nurture an intergenerational conversation with the Gen Z? This is an area, an aspect that really I am focusing on more and more because they are important. The world that we're leaving behind is the world that they are going to lead. And so we do need to recognize that they know a lot. We should stop thinking that, oh, these children were born in 1997 to 2012. They are kids. They are not kids. They are not. Mm-hmm. They have an idea of the world that they're going to be leading. And we need to respect that and come to the table with them on the matter of democracy. The second part of it is that, I think that in many ways there is a scientific opacity around the climate change issue. And so we haven't even been able to communicate it in distilled format, in the kind of simple language that storytelling approach to what it is that we are trying to resolve. And so the mainstream of citizens are not understanding this conversation. So they think it belongs to just a few people. And so the role that we would play as a community of women who are enlightened in one way or the other to bring the storytelling into the data. The data alone, the evidence does not really push it as much as getting people to see in themselves as important factors in the kinds of changes that would need to be made. And then the third part of it is, of course, what the summit has done this year, which is that it has connected every aspect of our multidisciplinary lives, right? So it's not just thinking of this climate change issue from a silo approach. It is the multifaceted nature of it. It is the fact that we need to build broad coalitions that are from business, from politics, from civil society, at the local, at the state, at the provincial, at the global level. We just need to connect the dots in as many ways as possible so that a broad coalition of voices would be pushing for this, both domestically as well as internationally. So I do feel that we do have a huge opportunity. There is the optimism that these young ones are bringing to this conversation. They are forcing this on everybody. So we can't escape it. I think the part of it that we have a problem is after this summit, then what? Because after this summit, leaders go back to their countries where there are sparse actions around this conversation. So it's spotty, it's patchy, it's not sustained, it's not momentous, therefore they can escape it. They can escape into their cocoon of their immediate political expedient things that matter to them. But we have to figure a way to sustain the advocacy on the policy choices, the changes that are necessary, the role that business must play, the important role that technology would play in this, the kinds of stakes that have to be considered, the trade-offs that have to be made. Nobody is saying this is going to be easy, but that's what leadership is. Leadership is without easy answers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruby. So we note very important points, which are responsibility, the responsibility that we hold for each other, responsiveness, intergenerational partnerships, storyline, the importance to break down, to make sure that people understand and take ownership and drive the agenda forward, and of course, sustainability. This is at the core of the agenda as we move forward. My last question to you, Dr. Ruby, is what's your dream? What's your dream in 50 seconds for today and for the next generation to walk with?
A world in which the younger women coming behind us don't have to knock down the door before they express all that they carry.
Thank you, Dr. Ubi. A round of applause, please, for Dr. Ubi. Such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
wish I could have been in Iceland. I miss it.
Yes, we miss you too. We would give you hugs now. Thank you, Dr. Ubi.
Yes.
Sarah, a round of applause. Thank you.
We are serious women leaders in this room and online, but we also know how to have fun. Am I correct? So it's not boring, it's not stiff, it's fun, it's alive, it's dynamic, and it's flexible. We are going to be moving to other segments of our program, and we will be doing awards later, and I don't want anybody to leave that space. Engage online, prepare to do more posting, and so forth, while we now make a little bit of a transition to have some fun. You know that song? Girls just wanna have fun, right? So we're gonna go to, okay. DJ Sully, are you ready? You want some music? Some music? I wish you could find me Cyndi Lauper. But if you can't, play whatever comes to mind. Girls just want to have fun. Should I start singing it for you? Dom, I hope you captured the room and people online could see girls having fun. And Dom, if you didn't get the room, you're in trouble. Girls were having fun just now. Girls of all ages, girls of all mindsets, girls from around the world were just having fun. And when Cyndi Lauper sang that song, some parents thought that wasn't good music. I think they missed the message. But girls do need to have fun. We are as flexible and dynamic as I said. And so what we're going to do now, before we move to painting, we're going to do the awards. And I think it's very important for us to take a moment and reflect on the fact that women every day are doing groundbreaking things in their homes, on playgrounds, in schools, in hospitals, in every space that we occupy, but we don't stop to realize that we've done something that's noteworthy or something that's deserving of an award. And I think for us, the WPL and Reykjavík Global Forum tradition of honoring and acknowledging those who have done something that's trailblazing. It's very, very important. Because we don't even stop to tell ourselves thank you. Before I go forward, I want you to just turn to the person on your right and say, I thank you. And to all the women online, I thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you, authentic you in all that you represent. So this year, we're going to be doing our awards, and I want us to take a moment to recognize those who have trailblazed. And when you think about trailblazing, don't think about a bike. Think about what we talked about earlier, disrupting, innovating. Women who have made a difference. And each year we recognize women presidents, prime ministers, women leaders in the highest echelons of politics who've paved the way for future generations, who've paved the way for me, and who've paved the way for many women, and even girls unborn. We have one of our first trailblazers joining us here today in this room, the first woman president of Iceland, and special aces of the Reykjavík Global Forum, Vigdis Finnbogadóttir. Did I say it correctly? We are internally grateful for your work. We're internally grateful for you paving the way so that women like us can stand. Thank you. We also have in the room today the Prime Minister of Iceland. We have with us Kathmandu. Did I say it correctly? I think I need to get an honorary citizenship to Iceland. I'm doing so well. thank you. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for your gracious support to the forum. And thank you for being here with us again today, second day in the road. This year, help me to welcome to the stage a woman who has worked all of her political life to rewrite the narrative around leadership. Help me to welcome a woman who has occupied the space, who has done work that paves the way in trailblazes. She began her political life while serving as an active unionist and twice serving as chair of the board of the Icelandic Cabin Crew Association. In 1978, she was elected into the Alþingi representing the Reykjavík constituency. Johanna is one of Iceland's longest-serving members of parliament, served as deputy speaker, and has been listed among Forbes' 100 most powerful women in the world. In the world. Right here in Iceland. The 2021 Women Political Leaders Trailblazer Award is presented to Johanna Sigurdardóttir. How did I do? Former Prime Minister of Iceland. I'm calling Silvana and Hannah to the stage to present the award to our Trailblazer 2021.
Johanna, please join us on stage. Congratulations. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done.
Please.
Let's turn around for the photo.
Yeah, please come up to us.
Esteemed guests, receiving this award is a great honor, for which I am extremely grateful and deeply humbled. I have followed this global organization of women leaders from the beginning, and I admit that the energy you have shown in working towards your goals, all under leadership of its founder and president, the wonderful Silvana, whom I hold in high esteem. Since the WPL was established, the number of women MPs around the globe has grown by 4 to 5%. And here in Iceland, the increase has been even bigger. The world political leaders' aim of increasing women's participation in politics and in other areas where important decisions are made is vitally important for the whole of mankind. As we know, the overwhelming majority of the people who rule the world are men. And I must admit, I don't think they have made an especially good job of it. However, as we also know, it is not easy to get them to step aside for able women. But all nations really should give women a chance, not just for the benefit of women, but for the benefit of everyone. Because the whole world will reap the reward if women can take an equal part in important decision-making in global matters. In fact, I'm absolutely convinced that if you give women a chance, if they can have an equal say in how business and societies are run, it will change the world for the better. According to a report from UNICEF, gender equality creates a double gain both for women and children. When women take part in lawmaking, it brings about huge benefit for children. For this and many other reasons, it is important to eliminate the barriers that hinder women in seeking and getting equal opportunities in the labor market and in attaining positions of power in society. The only way to ensure that both men and women can take on challenging and powerful positions in business, politics, or any other field starts in the home, but with practical support by the state. Both parents must have the same responsibilities towards their children, and they must be supported in this by a strong welfare system. Only then can women shoulder the same responsibility as men outside the home. I expect a great deal from the WPL in the future, and I am convinced that this global organization of women leaders can be an active force in creating a better world. You have already shown that you can have an important voice in matters of human rights and democracy by sending strong messages and appeals, especially when women and children are being attacked in horrendous ways. I repeat and stress my gratitude for the honor you are showing me today. I know that the WPL can achieve great things in the future, leading the way to better and more just worlds where people enjoy human rights in more equal and fair societies. Thank you.
Please, dear audiences or conversationers, could we clap a little bit more so we will get both Katrín and Vigdís on stage. This is a historic moment in Iceland. We haven't had them sort of joining on stage for a fairly long time, so please, if that's okay, just to make sure that we get that. Thank you so much. These are the women that have changed the landscape of Iceland. These are the women that have been the trailblazers of Iceland. These are the women that have made history again and again and again and made sure that we could tell you the story about Iceland that we have been doing for the past 2 days. So give them a super great round of applause before I give it over. Sandra, please.
We believe in Africa that what you give is what you get. And when you honor and respect those who paved the way before you, you will be honored and respected. And I believe each woman in here will be honored and respected for what you do. Every year, the Global Forum honors outstanding initiatives and movements that are joining forces. Networks are being built and working together to achieve great things. This year, we are delighted to present Power Together Awards. And this morning, I share with you what that is in Nepali. Saha Shakti, Powering Together. We're giving it today to 3 organizations that have demonstrated the true meaning of power together for progress. Let's learn about our first honoree. It is my distinct pleasure, truly an honor, to welcome this phenomenal woman to the stage, Mariah Levin, head of the Forum of Young Global Leaders. Please come to the stage.
It takes two. Congratulations. Yeah. It's power together. Thank you. Okay. So I take the award for you.
Thank you so much. That's helpful.
I'm just standing here.
Hello, everybody, and thank you first and foremost to Savannah and Henna and the WPL team. I think they really deserve a round of applause for all of their incredible work pulling this event together and bringing us together. This is an incredible honor that I'm receiving on behalf of the World Economic Forum. And I also want to make sure to appreciate the YGL women in this room. I hope, Boholo, I know you're here. I saw Kate earlier, and of course Susie was participating. I hope you'll come up and join me on stage to accept this award, because this really is about you and the power and courage and vision you have as leaders. The Forum of Young Global Leaders, of course, was established to inject diversity into the halls of traditional power at Davos and other events around the world, with the vision of Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum, behind it. And this is just the beginning. I think that we are on track to continue to achieve a world where we see power reflecting the population of our globe. And I just really am so grateful and honored to have represented the organization in this incredible accomplishment. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
on here, to the side here a bit? Because the next ones are coming up. Yeah, the stage will fill up bit by bit. Yes, very exciting moment.
I think you can stay. There was something I was saying to Savannah one time. I said, nobody has to be displaced for others to take that space. So stay. Let's learn about our second honoree. Video, please. It is my pleasure to welcome Heather Barnaby, CEO of Girls 20, to the stage. And as she comes out, it's important for us to know that it is dedicated to women's leadership development, putting young women at the center of decision-making processes. This organization makes strategic investments in young women through education, training, and capacity building. Congratulations.
Thank you so. Hello? Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to both of you and the whole WPL team. This has been an incredible forum so far. We are actually known as Fora now. We recently changed our name to better reflect who we serve, which is young women around the world. Really, we believe that young women belong at all decision-making tables, and that a decision-making table is incomplete unless there's a young woman's voice meaningfully represented. I think that when you look at the leaders here, this is a country that's really put a lot of effort into making sure gender equality is at the forefront, and I love that we have the opportunity to participate in something like this. But I also hope, it's a bit of an ask for everyone, that everybody in this room has a certain level of privilege in just being here. So, in other words, we've all gone up the elevator. I hope after something as inspiring as this conference, you think how you're going to send the elevator down for the next generation. So that, frankly, we get to a point where we don't even need conferences like this. It's just so baked into our society that women, young women, all women are represented at every decision-making space. So thank you so much, and thank you again to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Please stay on the stage. We're all occupying the space. We're going to learn now about our third honoree. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Majken Gilmartin, co-founder and CEO of the Global Goals World Cup. Please come to the stage. Global Goals World Cup is an organization that activates groundbreaking potential of sports and play with purpose. Since 2016, the finals have been played in New York. But this year, we're moved to Iceland during the Reykjavík Global Forum. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and I'm so glad that you're saying that. I mean, we normally have our finals in New York, and after the COVID, I think not after, but here in the middle of COVID, I think it became such a natural move to do it here together with you, for all of you to know that we did the finals here, and we have a Global Goals World Cup Finals Reykjavík winner with us here today, and they're going to come and join us on the stage in a second, because we played and finished yesterday. So thank you all for letting us be part of this forum. It's not always when you come from the world of sports that you really feel connected to all worlds around, right? Sometimes sport is like these ones a little bit out there, but there's just so much we can do, and there's so many movements we can do together, and yeah, create a better world. So this is Lara, Princess Lara Faisal from Jordan. She is the host partner. Yeah. So she is our host partner for the Global Goals World Cup in Jordan, and of course also having the global winning team with her. I'm just gonna let her speak for a second. She's part of the Global Goals World Cup team.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say it's a great honor to be here, and I won't take too much time, but I would very much love if we can ask our winning team, the global champions for the Global Goals World Cup, to step on stage. They played for Life on Land, and they started in 2019 when the pandemic, just 3 months before the pandemic hit. And for a year and a half, in an initiative that was supposed to last for 6 months, they kept going, and we had 4 different cancellations, and they didn't give up, and they are here today, 2 years after the start of the program. So I am incredibly proud to be standing on this stage with them, and a huge round of applause for them, please.
So and before we finished, we of course did not just have one team. So the people that didn't left and the teams that are here in this room, please join us and come up here on stage. The Global Goals World Cup there's 600 female teams around the world that are playing under the Global Goals World Cup umbrella. And that is about, you pick one of the global goals and you take action for one of those. So please come up, all of you that are in the room here today, Global Goals World Cup players.
I'm going to ask, after we get this picture, if all of the winners can just come and let's have one group picture here together, powering together for progress. And then this one I join.
Absolutely.
Where are you ladies?
Yeah. You can be the kneeling.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Hannah and Silvana to please remain. I'm just going to say a few words before they come to take the close of the program. I wonder if all of us were to take a moment to reflect. Where were you? Not when you first heard about COVID, but when you first knew that this was something like never ever before. Where were you when you first understood what that meant? How scared were you? How confused were you? How unsure were you? How anxious were you? Mothers, different relatives, grandmothers, grandfathers, fathers. You almost wondered if the world was going to end at some point when the numbers kept going up and going up and going up and going up. Many people lost their lives. And I just want us to take a moment of silence in honor, just to remember those who lost their lives during COVID. And although many died, many didn't die. And because we didn't die, we have an opportunity to change this world so that this doesn't happen again. We have an opportunity to make health systems equitable. We have an opportunity to make education systems equitable. We have an opportunity to leave no one behind, ensure inclusion so that the poorest of the poor have an opportunity to reach their fullest development potential. That's what we have. And what are we going to do with it? The conversation starts here, but it's not ending here. And the most important thing for each of us to remember is that you're the next step. You're the next step. What happens after Reykjavik is you. Where you take this conversation, how you expand the conversation, how you deepen the dialogue, how you strengthen the engagement, how you increase the consultations, you're the next step. For what we've done here for 2 days to matter, you have to make it matter. For me, it's been an honor and a privilege to even think about sharing this stage with such phenomenal women. Women who have done phenomenal work. Many women whose names aren't even known, aren't sharing this stage, but they're there. And you and I have to find them. And this is how we do it. We play our part. Silvana and Hannah, over to you.
Thanks so much for your great hosting for today. And we are going to tweak the agenda a bit. That we tend to do that because something about the Reykjavík Global Forum is about changing the script. So we thought it would be appropriate to not end on the note that we usually end with the two of us standing here, but to get a great artist and a painter to sort of move us into the world of art before we enter into the reception hall for our final farewell. So we plan to do it like that, but I want to give the floor over to my dear friend first, Silvana. We will be super short. We're just doing the protocol of saying goodbye, but Silvana, over to you.
Thank you, Hannah, and I'm so glad you have an easy first name. We've been talking about Icelandic names a lot and about the fact that everybody addresses each other at first names, so I'm so happy that I can always say Hannah and not be afraid to get this wrong. So I wanted to really thank you, and just to Sarah, because it's very difficult to speak after Sarah. I mean, Sarah said it all. Sarah said it with so much grace and depth and courage, and giving this all to all of us, that it's really impossible to say something as an add-on. So I just wanted to answer your question, do I remember where I was? I don't. But I remember the feeling that I gradually developed. And that's back to a saying that I heard that goes, if you're healthy, you think of many things. If you're not healthy or afraid of being not healthy, there's nothing else that you think of but health. And that's something that brought me big, big humility. And I can sense, in the past few days, a lot of people came from this experience of being locked up at home with this new-found feeling of humility and gratitude of being together again. Gratitude of also reconnecting, gratitude of finding this community again. And I wanted to thank you for making the way here and being here in this place. I wanted to thank everybody who is virtually with us, sometimes as a community, as we saw in Kathmandu, and who knows, in other places this might be the same, sometimes at home, but being able to have the one or the other connection again. And I wanted to thank our co-hosts, the Icelandic government and parliament, for this wonderful continuous cooperation. And I know Hannah's looking at her cards because Hannah is the organized one. I'm German, but she's organized. So, and she has it all worked out how we speak, and I'm now going off script, so I'm so sorry. So I'm just holding on to her to just make sure that, that we stay together in this. But really, a big thank you. Thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for coming to Reykjavik again and again. And thank you for making this the forum that it is. Hannah.
Yep, thank you so much. Yeah, and thanks for putting me in the German seat and you in the Icelandic one. Thanks for that. But on a light note, we would like to, of course, especially thank again our co-hosts. This could not be done without the support, not only of the Prime Minister, but whole of Parliament. There is the beautiful story in Iceland that goes across party line on what we were talking about earlier, the power of consensus, the power of doing things together. That is what the politicians of Iceland shows when it comes to gender equality. So thank you so much for that. Thanks to all of our international partners. We could not do it either without them, our Icelandic private partners, all of the society in Iceland that greets us every year. And it's been amazing. I wish we could be with the whole community, the 600 that we usually have in Harpa. But moving from last year, when it was only the two of us, I mean, I love Silvana, but it was obviously getting a bit much after 2 or 3 days. There was two of us
This
organizing.
is Icelandic sense of humor, just okay. Just for those that are not yet that used to it.
So we did it, the two of us on stage, and sort of broadcasted it, and everybody was online. But now at least we have 200 guests coming from everywhere in the world. Thanks for traveling. Thanks for doing several COVID tests. And thank you so much for taking part in the lively conversation. We hope you enjoyed the shift of sort of play, where we put the stage lower and made sure that we could all enjoy the conversation. That's the Icelandic style and Icelandic way of doing things. And thanks to the amazing support, because it's two of us here on stage, it couldn't be done without an amazing, amazing Icelandic and international team. The ones that are running around, serving you all day, making sure you feel comfortable and everything is okay, everything from giving you coffee to organizing your plans and trips, give them a round of applause, and all of our volunteers.
Now, I'm just thinking, Hannah, when do we do our traditional thank you to the team picture on stage?
Do you want to do it now?
You're the genius now, so.
Okay. My organized Icelander would say, let's just finish this up and then take a picture and then, and then go to the artist we have with us. But on that note, please, if the team would come up to make sure that the hall can applaud them, please. Yeah. All of the ones that carry the badge of a team, Suenia, Siggi, Eirun, Nadia, all of them, Katja,
Anthony, Sam.
Nothing like this could be pulled off unless we had this amazing team that are also greeting our 400 that are signed up for our virtual platform. And to all of those joining via our streaming, thank you so much. And we will, as we said earlier, end with saying that the conversation starts here, like we've been saying all the time. This is just one piece of the pie that is the Reykjavík Global Forum. This is our dear colleague Verlaine. See, she lives in New York, so she came with her leg like this to Iceland, but we would really love it if you would communicate the story that this actually happened on her volcano walk. She wanted to do a volcano walk that we planned for our participants, and she really wants that to be the story of why she will get back home like this. It's because she was climbing in Iceland. So that's a more courageous story. But on that note, this is, as we have been saying, it's a community, and we will be hosting Reykjavík conversations in cooperation with the Government of Iceland in 13 cities around the world in the coming weeks, and we will be traveling with the big message of the Reykjavík Global Forum to all around the world, and we're doing that every year. But a great news in the end, we have signed an agreement, Silvana Koch-Marin has signed an agreement with the Government of Iceland and Parliament of Iceland, so we will see you again next year in Reykjavík, Iceland in November 2022. Do you want me to smile? Oh, I'm being told again and again I'm too tall.
Smile?
So thank you so much. In the end, we will be enjoying a reception that is powered by EU. Do you want to speak German? Germany, please.
I want to speak. Yes, thank you, Icelander. So, no, I would like to bring up back. Thank you so much, team. Thank you. I wanted to bring up back up sort of a new acquisition to the team for this day, Sarah, our absolutely amazing and outstanding, fantastic MC. Could we just have the sort of applause that she deserves and the screaming? Because I thought your job isn't finished because you are introducing the last wonderful speaker on stage.
So you know what I thought?
You have been dancing on stage all morning. Maybe
I'm
you can
not up
repeat
for that.
So I thought that the fantastic German and the fantastic Icelander were going to do that. But you know what? We do it together. So the power of picture, the power of words, so many things have power. Ruble Naji is a social worker. She's an artist. She's founder of RN Art Foundation. And she is going to be helping us. You know, before I go to that, I want to say something. So I've been cheating. I'm here, but I'm not here. I've been running between places. So I do these TikToks and different things on SDGs, and I've used Iceland. I've been talking about Iceland, so I've gone to see the thermal energy plant. And I've done that. I've gone to see the public pools. I've done that. I was talking about the public pools, and I was talking about mental health and how all of this helps with the mental health. And art, painting, is so important for well-being. So important. And coming from this last 2 years, I have a friend who learned to paint during this period of time. And I want us to look at this not from the eye of or the lens of, oh, those who paint or those on that end. I want to look at it as an opportunity. This could actually be something new for you. Open your minds. Be free to create, innovate in your thinking, because this can influence your space as you go back. Very, very important. And so as we call up Ruble Naji, I want us to pay close attention because this can be something that leads to something else in your space. And so we call you up. We're going to be, where is she? Hey, there she is. We're going to be calling you up to do what you do best, but I'm really encouraging us to learn from it, to feel it, to be in the moment with it, and see what it brings to your space, especially as you go back. Ruby, over to you.
Art inspires people to do good, be good. I am blessed to be a medium that brought people closer. And together, we all contributed to make this area a better living space. What looked like a stack of homes became a vast canvas. We used colors to paint smiles on the faces of people who live here and also the ones who look on.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है, एकदम पूरा मॉडल ही चेंज हो गया अपने एरिया का।
जी मैंने देखा है आप लोग पेंटिंग कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। People would not like to see it, but now we feel good.
Our aim is to inspire other artists to come forward and explore the power of art. That's how we artists can contribute towards our nation's development.
The fresh coat of paint has rubbed off on the hearts of the owners of this canvas. What makes this painting unique are the people, their stories, and our memories.
Namaste everyone, and good evening to all of you. Whenever I see this video, it gives me goosebumps because this was the first slum transformation initiative we started in 2018 after Paint Dharavi, which happened in 2016. And this was not just about coloring the walls, but how the power of paint, how the power of art can connect you to millions of people, can connect you to women, how women get empowered by just this little thing that you see in the video, to come out of their homes and suddenly think that, you know what, we need to work, we need to stand our own feet, we need to get empowered by getting financial independence. So Misal was that initiative. It started in 2018 and we are in almost 2022 now. So I've got some points that I don't want to miss out and I'm going to read. In India, discriminatory attitude towards men and women have existed for generations, and thus it affects the lives of both genders. Although the Constitution of India has granted men and women equal rights, but gender gap still exists. Ruben Nagi Art Foundation's initiative, Misal Mumbai, which is now India, we started from Mumbai because I live in India, but in less than 1 year, we went pan-India because everyone started understanding what Misal initiative was all about. Misal India is a life-changing program for the less privileged aimed to help escape poverty, addressing key issues like gender equality and empowering women through skill development and vocational training programs. The Misal program is the first large-scale initiative in the country which has created pathways towards women and youth empowerment. The mission was to launch into deeper, meaningful work with local communities, using art as the gateway and medium of building trust. Over the last 4 years, we have worked extensively in the slums and rural India, where the earnings of a single household has gone up by 50%, simply because women have started contributing financially towards their homes. We are able to achieve this because of the skill centers and the vocational programs which we have established in villages, teaching women about various skills like housekeeping, tailoring, jewelry making, farming, nursing, and automobile. Through the Misal India program, we have created over 6,000 village entrepreneurs who are self-reliant and are financially independent today. This is a big achievement as gender discrimination in India starts from home, where women are taught to cook and clean and become homemakers. And education is available for not all. The trend is, however, changing as the current government and our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been extremely proactive in launching special schemes and benefits towards the girl child. Our centers in villages have women empowerment camps where we talk to the locals about the importance of education and how it brings employment and entrepreneurship. Employment and entrepreneurship brings with them economic independence. The women are taught that empowerment can only come from economic independence. An empowered woman contributes equally to every decision at every level and anyone else in the household. I always say, together we can. We are stronger when we join hands and work together. And here I see so many women sitting together. So don't we already feel empowered? So Misal India initiative is all about connecting to people. When we pick up a slum, we don't just go and color. We start with art because art and color, like we say, the power of paint, breaks the barrier between people and us. I just take my buckets, walk into a slum, and if I say, okay, I'm going to paint this, but I want to take your children to school. I want to make your girls understand why they need to be independent. They would wonder, what is she doing? So we start with art because it kind of breaks that barrier and let people come out of their homes and get connected to you. Then we talk about hygiene, sanitation, less use of plastic, and above all, gender equality. Thank you so much.
I'm really full of surprises. I thought I wasn't coming back on this stage. This stage just loves me. So, I love the stage, one of the two. However, I'm back on stage. But I'm back here to thank Ruben for the fantastic presentation, but also for the fantastic work. Thank you for the work you do. As we've thanked everyone here today, thank you for the work you do. Thank you to all of you for everything that you do. Today, we close not as the end, but as a stop in a journey. A journey that's never going to be completed until this world is truly equal. Until all the maps we had on this morning, until they're all painted purple. That's the idea. Purple because you and I are seen. We're visible in numbers. We're visible at the table. We occupy the spaces and our voices are heard. And we'll measure that when we see the results of what we've spoken. So there's a lot for us to do together, and we'll continue to do that. Meanwhile, I feel, honestly, I feel fantastic. I feel empowered. I feel stronger. I know that I'm not alone. There are powerful, powerful, powerful women all around the world doing something that connects with what I do, and it feels good. It feels really, really good. In closing today's event, which is not closing this issue, which is continuing to power together for progress, we're going to be moving to a reception. Sorry, online, you can't join the reception, but trust me, it's going to be good. It's supported by the EU, European Union. Thank you for the support, for the partnership to the forum. Thank you so much. We'll be moving to that reception, but before we do that, I would like for everyone to stand. Just stand wherever you are, if you can. And I'm going to share how I feel with you. And I hope you feel the same way I do too. You know that? I hope you feel the same way I do too. And online, if you don't hear what we're playing here, please, please, please find it and play it. DJ Soleil, hit it.
Each year, the world's most powerful women gather at the Reykjavík Global Forum to share ideas and solutions on how to further advance society. Together, they tackle the big issues societies currently face. Power together is the forum's motto. Joining forces, connecting experiences, finding solutions. With the Reykjavík Index for Leadership, an annual account of perceptions on leadership, the status quo of who leaders are is being challenged. A new narrative is put forward. Together, women leaders shape the forum outcome, the Reykjavík Manual. A manual to build back better, to create a new normal, where women in leadership is not the exception. In this symbolic and challenging year, the opportunity to advance women's leadership cannot be underestimated. Join us to change perceptions, to challenge tomorrow, to advance society. ReykjavíkForum.global. The conversation starts here.